Legally Yours by Tyla Walker.
Hey, what do you say you and I get a cup of coffee after we're done narrating this book?
A cup of coffee?
What's wrong with that?
After all this time, I'm only getting a coffee.
I was being a gentleman. Let me rephrase. After we're done here, why don't you come back to my place? We'll get an audiobook from TylaWalker.com.
Is that so? Well, with the code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product on the site.
And then we'll listen into the night, baby. So no coffee.
Just breakfast. You got yourself a deal.
You're listening to Tyla Walker's Legally Yours.
Chapter 1. Cassandra. When I transferred to the Anderson modeling agency, I was looking for a career. I never imagined I would find a husband there, too. Sometimes things happen for a reason, I guess. And now that reason is on his way to my bachelorette party, because he obviously can't spend a night without me. I look at the ring on my finger and smile. Modeling has been fun, but it was only ever a way to earn enough for myself and my family. Being part of a big New York agency meant I was able to do that. Though I didn't expect to fall for one of the managers there, I did, and things have changed. Now that I have David, I'm actually looking forward to leaving that part of my life behind me as I embark on a new one with him. Quitting modeling isn't the negative move that many assume it is. I'm ready for a calmer, quieter life away from the stress, the photo shoots and the bookings. Building a home, and maybe even a family, is my focus now. Not only that, but I get to fulfill my goal of purchasing a convenience store for my parents with the money I've saved so that I can rest knowing they're taken care of financially too. For the past 2 years, I've been selective about my projects, happy to pass over many of them as I slip slowly from the limelight. He's my future now, and that's all that matters to me. "There he is," shouts one of the girls as David appears in the hotel suite. "Time we left you two lovebirds to it. We've been going for hours. Brunch, dinner, cocktails, and then the club. And it's only now that I'm looking at the moon out of the window that I realize it must be far past midnight. I'm feeling the effects of all that liquor, while the remaining group of bachelorettes start to disappear, one by one. That doesn't include my best friend Emma, who smiles as David enters the room. It's so good to see him here, but I'm so exhausted and more than a little drunk now. So I just rest my eyes for a second as I curl up on the sofa. "Looks like the party went well," he says. "Oh, we've shown her a good time," Emma quips back, her grin practically audible. "I bet you have," David replies. The way he says it turns my stomach and sharpens the edges of my mind that the alcohol has dulled. "You look good tonight," Emma says, her voice thick and low with desire. It's an effort for my eyes not to fly open as I listen to this exchange. Surely this can't be what it sounds like. "Shh, she'll hear you," David mock whispers conspiratorially. My stomach hits the floor. "She's asleep," says Emma. "All those margaritas mean that we can make the most of this hotel tonight." No, surely this can't be happening. I want to get up and scream at them, but I can't move. I am frozen with sadness, fear, and anger, and in complete disbelief that this is even possible. My best friend and my fiance, how could they do this to me? Reluctantly, I peer out from behind tired eyelids, and that's when I see her kissing him. It's the final dagger to my heart, or so I think. I'm trying my best to remain still, but my hands refuse, shaking with shock and emotion. "Maybe," he says, his voice full of lust. "But it's her bachelorette after all. I'm going down to the bar for a nightcap. Join me if you can, though." She kisses him again, and he leaves, which means I'm left with her. I hear her stride towards me, and I swallow hard. I am determined to hold myself together, which is the hardest thing I've ever done, given that I feel as if I'm being ripped apart. I continue pretending to be asleep, but I can sense the way she's looking at me, as if her eyes are burning my skin with their glare. But I won't let her know that she's gotten to me. I don't feel like I have much dignity left at this point, but I need to hold on to something. Ah, my poor best friend. It's your wedding day tomorrow. Do you think David will marry you? She laughs like some villain from a movie, then walks away, leaving me shaken and bereft. It's like some bad cosmic joke, and seems so unreal I actually question if someone has slipped something into my drink, because how is this even possible? I'm about to get married. I've given up my job, and the person I've done that for is cheating on me with my best friend. Her laugh is still ringing in my ears. Who is she? Could I really have gotten it so wrong? I've never been the strong type, like so many in my industry, but I never realized I was such a pushover and so easily fooled. I'm not sure if I'm angrier with them or myself. My mom has always said I'm too trusting for my own good, that it's good to be kind and she's proud of me because of it, but there are people out there who will take advantage. Well, she was right. If I could, I'd get up. I'd follow and scream at her, or at least demand to know what's going on. But I just don't have it in me, and it seems obvious anyway. All along, I thought my life was mapped out since becoming engaged to David, when in reality, it's all been a lie. It's only when I know she's gone and I'm completely alone that I allow the dam to break, the tears flooding down my face like never before. My heart is hammering, and my breaths are ragged as I try to make sense of this. I truly thought Emma was my best friend. She has never been anything but kind and caring towards me. The last person I would expect to betray me? Well, not quite the last person. That would be David. Looks like I've never been more wrong in my judgment in my whole life. Two people who have never shown me anything other than love and care are not the people I thought they were. Meanwhile, I'm left here betrayed, destroyed, and alone, while my best friend and the person I am supposed to spend the rest of my life with meet up together downstairs. How could I have been so stupid?
Chapter 2. Liam. I can't say that Las Vegas is my favorite part of the country. All that fakery mixed with tacky touches done in bad taste, and the gratuitous displays of wealth makes me want to pull at my own teeth. Give me New York any day. As CEO of a modeling agency, it's my prerogative to know what constitutes good taste. As someone with more money than I could get through in 10 lifetimes, I also know how best to use and show it. Strange, then, that I should be traveling to such a place to get married. But that's the position I now find myself in, though certainly not by choice. There aren't many people I'd make such sacrifices for, but my mother is one of them, gravely ill with a heart problem. The last thing she can tolerate is stress of any kind, and, as she's frequently made reference to, I'm one of the potential main causes of such feelings. Being single is not something she thinks is good for me now in my 30s. I have everything else: money, status, a career. There's only one thing left. Convinced I need to settle down, she's made it her mission to see that I do just that. And according to her, she knows the right person for the job. I'm not usually given to taking advice or instructions from others, but when it comes to my mother, that's another matter. I know you and Eunice will be a good match, she says to me over the phone as I leave for the airport. And I know it's not been easy making decisions like this. But trust me, it will be for the best. There's such hope in her voice that it's hard not to get carried along with it. Maybe you're right, I say to her. In business, I trust my instincts, and that's carried over to personal matters too. But when it comes to marriage, I have neither the knowledge nor experience. I just wish I could be there to see you both share your vows. I mean, it's not exactly what I had in mind when I thought of my son getting married, but still, I'd like to be there. Me too, Mom. In reality, the only people at the wedding I'm about to attend. My own wedding will be Eunice and I, aside from the officials. It's not the way I would have imagined it either, but that's what Eunice chose, much to my mother's disappointment. Maybe Eunice has got a side to her that I don't know about after all. A Las Vegas wedding isn't my thing. In fact, it couldn't be further from it. But it does intrigue me about my arranged fiance. and at least we have one thing in common. A large part of her request to get married in this way was because she didn't want the fuss of a large wedding, opting for a smaller, quieter affair when we return. "But there's the church wedding in a month, remember?" I offer her, trying to make her feel better about the situation. "It's probably best if you get some rest before then anyway. What are the doctors saying?" "Everything is fine," she says. "I've got the best people, remember?" I know this, of course. With access to the leading cardiologists on the East Coast, I can at least rest knowing that she has the best care available to her. When it comes to looking after her, I'll make sure she has everything she needs, and more, including my compliance when it comes to this marriage. "Sure, well, that's good. Look, my car's going to be here any minute, so I'll speak to you soon, okay?" "Make sure you do. I want to hear all about it," she says enthusiastically. "Give my love to Eunice, and make sure you send me some pictures." "Will do. Speak soon," I finish before hanging up. It's a relief to know that she's doing well, and the coming nuptials seem to have made all the difference to her health. I just hope they make me as happy. Eunice is a childhood friend, someone from a similar background who knows my family well, but I've never been as sure about this as my mother seems to be. There was never a spark between us, despite spending so much time together when we were younger. But I don't want to let my mother down. If this is what it takes to make her happy and keep her well, then it's the least I can do. As she's reminded me over and over again, marriage isn't like the movies. It's something that you have to work at, something that grows with time. There's no time to dwell on those things now, though. I'm about to fly out to get married. Whatever happens, I'll deal with it, the same way I do everything else. This time tomorrow, I'll be a married man with a wife, and once I've put my mind to something, I'll do everything I can to make sure that it works. You don't get to be in the position I'm in without hard work, determination, and the desire to win. These are the things that make me who I am. The marriage will work out because it has to. Failing or losing just isn't an option. Never has been. My phone buzzes, alerting me to the fact my car is here. Collecting my things, I make my way down, feeling an unusual sense of apprehension. Marriage. It's not what I expected to feel, though. Given my thoughts about the match, I can hardly be surprised. If anything, it's the strangeness of being suddenly vulnerable. Not an emotion I'm used to at all. I'm heading to Las Vegas to meet my soon-to-be wife. Not something I ever thought would run through my mind, yet here I am. I can't be 100% sure of the match, even though my mother is. But the odds are good, and so that works for me. Eunice is at least dependable. It could always be worse.
Chapter 3. Cassandra. Standing in front of the mirror, I see a woman dressed elegantly, looking beautiful, and yet something is missing. Because someone who is about to get married should be radiant. There should be a sparkle in their eyes, and a smile dressing their face, even if it is a nervous one. Yet all that's looking back at me is a woman veiled by sadness, a sadness that's been caused by the deepest of betrayals, and the feeling that I'm the stupidest person to walk the earth. But for some reason unknown to me, I've still decided to go ahead with this wedding. I've not mentioned anything to David or Emma about what I saw or heard. What they've done is still sinking in, honestly. The thought of even saying the words out loud makes me feel nauseous, because then it would make it real. The last sickening words of my so-called best friend ring through my mind about how David won't be marrying me and how this is all one big joke to her. It still feels like a nightmare that I'm about to wake up from any minute now. But that hasn't happened yet. Get it together, Cassandra, I murmur to myself in the mirror, blinking away the white-hot pricks of tears that have begun to gather at the corners of my eyes. I smooth over my dress. It's simple, yet still beautiful, what I thought would be perfect for the understated, intimate Vegas wedding that I planned for David and I. Standing here now, after everything that's happened, I'm glad that he chose this type of service and not the huge dream wedding. The thought of having to perform in front of hundreds of guests would have brought me to my knees. There's just no way I would have been able to pull that off with all of the emotions tumbling through me. For now, I decide to just go through with this and hope that David turns up. I make my way downstairs, crossing the impressive foyer, and heading to the chapel where we'll say our vows. I smile, though it tugs at my broken heart to see a couple emerging, their faces beaming. The bride shrieks as her new husband gathers her in his arms. "Congratulations," I say as they pass me. "Thanks, and you too," she cries. "You look beautiful." I smile, but as soon as I turn away from them, it crumbles. There's no sign of David yet, and anxiety begins to nibble at my stomach. I wait for what seems like hours, but it looks like Emma was right. He's not coming, and he won't be marrying me. But as much as I hate myself for it, I still hold out hope, because I just can't give up now. If he just knew how much love I have for him, how willing I am to try and work on things, and to forgive him for everything he's done. I've sacrificed so many things so we can be together and build the life he said he wanted. Besides, what would my family and friends say if I returned without that ring on my finger? I wince at the thought of being made such a fool in front of the people I care about, though maybe some of them were right. I'm too trusting and stupid when it comes to love. A while later, when I've lost all hope inside this stupid waiting room, my phone rings. "I'm sorry, honey. I can't attend our wedding today. There's an important meeting that I need to settle," David says. The sadness in his voice doesn't sound sincere. In fact, I doubt anything about him is sincere anymore. But even now, after everything I know, the pain he leaves behind is real. And right now, it's the only real thing I have. It's okay. That's all I can say. The mixture of raw pain and numbness has me in its grip like a vice, and it's not letting go. "Thank you, honey. Let's postpone it today and reschedule for next week." Without another word, the phone goes dead. It's as if he's just canceled an inconsequential meeting at work and not his wedding. I can't even cry. It's as if every tear I have already shed has been enough on this piece of work, and my body refuses to expend any more energy on him. Taking a deep breath, I straighten myself up to leave. When I head from the waiting room into the corridor, I see a white man looking like I feel, sitting on the bench. "Bad day too?" I ask, noticing how utterly gorgeous he is. "Could say that," he replies, offering a handsome if somewhat flat smile. "Didn't get the girl?" I ask, wondering. "Didn't turn up," he says. I brace myself to say it. "Same here." He looks down at me, a confused look in his eyes when he takes me in. "Well, he's a fool." "He's more than that. He's a cheating fool." A sudden flare of anger surges inside me. "Actually, he's a cheating with my best friend kind of fool," I finish, not wanting to curse in front of a stranger, though Lord knows I think I've earned the right. "The worst kind," he replies, smirking. I have to admit, whatever woman left this guy standing at the altar must be crazy. Tall, handsome, built like a Greek god, and with emerald eyes to die for. He looks like he's just stepped off the catwalk, and I've seen plenty of those types. He knocks spots off all of them. He moves over as if inviting me to sit next to him, and so I do. We sit for a while, sharing our stories when suddenly I'm struck by an idea that even surprises me: revenge. "You know, we could get even," I say, certain that the heat and the stress is the only explanation for why I'm feeling so bold. "Oh yeah?" I take a deep breath and look him square in the eye. "Will you marry me?" He looks back at me, wide-eyed. "So hear me out. What if we pretend to be in love and get married? We tell David and Eunice that being left at the altar was the best thing that ever happened to us, and that we found the one we were meant to be with. Not only that, but we can thank them for bringing us together." There are a few moments of stunned silence, And I find myself wondering if what I've just suggested is as absurd as it sounds. This white man is going to think I have lost my sense, but then he smirks at me, and that look tells me all I need to know. Well, what are we waiting for, Cassandra? Let's go get married.
Chapter 4. Liam. My eyes keep drifting up to the large screen overhead. New York DEP. 10 o'clock Nevada, Las Vegas ARR. 15 o'clock. I check my watch for the 100th time, just making sure I'm on schedule. 9:15 a.m. Any minute now, I'll be boarding through the gate, on my way to get married. My hands tense around the envelope nestled in between them, a physical reminder of what I'm here for. I think back to Eunice. I haven't seen her in ages. We don't talk often anymore. Our lives always have scheduling conflicts. I wonder if she still wears her hair in that grandma-style bob. The corners of my mouth turn up at the idea, and what breaks me from my thoughts is the loudspeaker. It blares a polite-sounding woman's voice. Flight 226 for Las Vegas, now boarding at Gate 12. That's my cue. I stand and grab my carry-on. Here goes nothing. I walk to my gate, standing in the slowly growing line as they check our boarding passes. As I sit in my window seat, I stare out at the slowly shrinking runway and think about my mom. All of this is for her. I would do anything to make her happy, even if it means marrying someone I don't love. It's not long until we land, the 5-hour flight feeling a lot shorter in the rush to the altar. Checking my watch again, it's a little after 3 p.m. We're supposed to meet there around 4, so I'm making good time. I go through security and get out onto the sidewalk fast, not having much to collect as all I brought was a carry-on. Hailing a taxi, I give him the directions to my destination, and he looks back at me with a quirked brow. Usually people have a partner when they go there. Are you planning on marrying your bag? His gruff voice, probably from smoking, breaks into a wheezy laugh. I shake my head, a tad annoyed by his questioning. No, I'm meeting her there. I check my watch again to impress the idea that I'm running behind. The man seems to get it and starts driving down to the strip. We arrive with 10 minutes to spare. I pay him, then step out. He's much faster to leave, not striking up any more conversation. Good. I open the door for 2 women coming out, their hands joined and eyes locked on each other. They offer me a quick thanks and go rushing off down the street. There's a lot more people in the hotel than I would have thought, midday on a Thursday and no Eunice. My hands clutch the envelope tighter, and I start to rationalize with myself. I did get here early. Maybe she'll be on time. Time passes by slower here. Every 5 minutes I check my watch and am more annoyed every time I see that she's still not here. The first 15 minutes pass, then 20. By the hour mark, I'm calling my mom's number. Hi, dear. How'd it go? I hear her cheerful voice over the phone, and it makes me more upset. It didn't. Eunice is an hour late. I hear my mom gasp over the phone, and her cheerful tone turns to an apologetic seriousness. She sounds stressed, and that's the absolute last thing I want with her condition. Oh my, maybe her flight was delayed. I'll find out for you right now, dear. Don't worry. We wish goodbyes to each other, and the next number I dial is my secretary. Mr. Anderson, what can I do for you? He chirps in the same neutral tone he always does. I need you to hire a PI and find out where Eunice Solace is. He agrees fast, and our goodbyes are curt. I don't want to go home until I find out where she is. We had a deal. It feels like forever until he gets back to me, but eventually my phone rings. I answer right away, hoping he has a lead. Sir, Miss Solace was confirmed for a flight booking, and she is currently in Europe right now with... By the time he stops talking, my stomach is clenched. I could not be more on edge right now. With who? I say slowly through gritted teeth, and the next words out of my secretary's mouth are meek. With her boyfriend, sir. What? I can't hold back the groan, and I hang up without saying anything else. How could she do this? We had a deal. She was supposed to be aiding my mother's health. My mind is swimming. I tuck my head low and try to process what I should do now. I can't just wait here for a woman who isn't going to show up. Bad day? A simple, melodic voice speaks from my right side. I peek up at her, and then my head fully turns to greet her. Wow. She's quite beautiful, in a simple, pleasant way. I see a lot of models at my job, but this black woman could beat every one of them. Her face is naturally sculpted to look soft, but with an easy contour. She could be dangerous. I couldn't help but notice you had also been sitting here for a while. It was a no-show for me. So she's been left here too? What sorry SOB would do that to such a hot-ass girl? I nod and hold out my hand. Yeah, I'm Liam. I slide over on my bench seat and she takes the spot next to me. She tells me how she ended up here, and I do the same. I barely notice it's well past dinner time when she asks me another bold question. Will you marry me? My eyes feel like they're about to pop out of my skull, but she starts to quickly explain, telling me how we can get back at the people who left us here. They're terrible people who deserve to know what karma feels like, she says when she's done. I think about it for a long moment. It would make my mom happy to see me married. And Eunice does deserve it. What do I have to lose? I smile at her and give her my answer.
Chapter 5. Cassandra. When the words leave his mouth, it takes everything I have not to be shocked. I'd be glad to. Did he really just say yes? Those alluring green eyes stare into mine, and he doesn't have a moment of hesitation in him. He really does want to go through with this. A smile breaks out on my face, and in return, he seems to light up in a way that makes him ever more attractive. Even hunched over in his sorry state, he's an Adonis. We both stand up from the bench, and he literally towers over me. He has to be at least 6 feet tall, if not more. His blonde shows no signs of tampering, making him look naturally sun-kissed. Liam is perfectly clean-shaven, and in his smile, I can see a prominent dimple on the left side of his face. He is almost too perfect. I had never doubted my looks. Being in modeling, it's easy to get swept up in the industry of self-consciousness. I always tried to treat myself with respect, keeping my body naturally in good shape and taking care of my skin. But standing in front of this built, hunky man, I feel a little intimidated. Well, shall we? His potent, intense voice breaks through my thoughts, and I nod like a child. He extends his arm, waiting for me to take it. When I do, I have to hide the physical reaction to just how hard his muscles feel. He has to spend an unbelievable time at the gym to feel this sculpted. It's like holding a marble statue in my hand. He leads me to where I assume he was planning on getting married. The ceremony itself is short, with a single man dressed as a priest. He hands me a small bouquet of what looks like wildflowers. I take it graciously, but in reality, I could definitely do without it. As we wait for him to start, my eyes wander around the room, taking in my surroundings. It's decent, but nothing like the type of thing most people would envisage when they think of a wonderful white wedding. But I guess it isn't. It's Vegas, and even though the hotels are fancy, it's still not what I would have dreamt of. I'm glad my family isn't here to see me get married like this. They would have been so disappointed. Being the breadwinner, they probably would have assumed my wedding would have looked nicer. But this is what David and I had decided. Back before I realized he's a no-good two-timer. I hold back a frown, not wanting Liam to think I'm having second thoughts. Liam? He had come so prepared. His story sounded more tragic than mine, trying to fulfill the wishes of his sick mother. It's not hard to assume he has a sweet side to him, just waiting to come out. After the ceremony, Liam pulls out papers from the manila envelope he is carrying. Putting them down on the stand, I can see that he already has all his paperwork with him. I just fill out my name and it's over. We're married. Even though I've just gotten hitched to a man who looks like a movie star, I can't help but harbor this feeling of discomfort. I feel awkward. He is a complete stranger, whose name I just tacked onto the end of mine. Not to mention I have no idea what he does. And he doesn't know anything about me. That thought sits nicer than the last. We are in this together. Maybe he could turn out to be a real friend, and it is a fake marriage. Anyways, if it doesn't work out well, I can pick up and leave. I just need enough time to show David that he really messed with the wrong girl. I don't care about his love affair. I'm having one of my own. The thought makes me giddy. Where to now? The man beside me asks, as I hold a small bundle of cheap flowers from the ceremony. I look up to answer, but my phone starts blaring a familiar ringtone. Hold that thought, I say as I quickly fish it out of my small bag. Answering it, it's none other than my soon-to-be ex-fiance. Honey, are you still in Vegas? He sounds worried or stressed. I bite my lip before answering. Yes? Why? I'm in LA for a campaign, but Emma can't make it. She's sick. We need you to replace her. You're the only one who can do it. I start to shake my head, and I can feel the eyes of my new husband on me. He is waiting patiently but watching me closely, like he's trying to figure me out. I want to say no, but just as I start to form the words, another, bigger thought enters my mind. I can use this. This is perfect. I'll take Emma's job, revive my career, and tell off David all in one. I get a goofy smile on my face and spin around to put my back to Liam. Okay, wait for me, I say, and David's sigh of relief makes my grin widen. If only he knew. I hang up and slide my phone back into my bag triumphantly. I can't stop the excitement coursing through me. It's time for the queen to take back her throne. The runway will be mine again. I need to burn off this exciting feeling and fast. With a jaunty step, I start walking to the door. The thought barely brushes my mind in the swirl of happiness, but when it does, I immediately feel a tad guilty. I should probably let my husband know what's going on.
Chapter 6. Liam. I watch as Cassandra ends her phone call. Maybe now I'll get the answer to my question. I adjust my suit jacket, waiting for her to turn around and address me. If we're going to be fake married for the next 6 months, I want to know where she's from and see how far she'll have to move. Instead of turning to me, she just walks away. My mouth hangs open as if my jaw is magnetically connected to the ground and is trying its best to get down there. I stifle my anger and start to follow her. Why is everyone leaving me to look like a fool today? I grumble to myself, hands burrowed in my pants pocket. Wherever she's going, I have no choice but to follow. We've been married for a total of maybe 15 minutes, and already she's taken off. I try not to think too much about it, because that kind of self-deprecation builds and builds like a constantly stoked fire. Before I know it, my long strides have caught up to her. She merely glances up at me before doing a double take. I'm so sorry for walking off on you. I shrug lightly. At least she's apologizing. Is something the matter? I ask, and she starts to fumble over her words. Well, actually, yes. Not with me, though. I'm on my way to fixing the problem. See, this place I work for needs a replacement right now. And it has to be me, so I'm on my way to LA. She picks up walking again, and I follow her. So we're going to LA? I ask, and she looks back at me with a puzzled glint. You're coming with me? Of course. You're my wife now. I want to see what you do. I smirk, and as if it's her kryptonite, her cheeks turn a lighter color. I chuckle to myself and get on the phone to one of my assistants. I need 2 tickets to LAX ASAP. We board fast, neither of us having anything standing in the way at security. On the plane, she plays with her hands in her lap. She seems fidgety, but not in a bad way. Just excited. In the prolonged silence, I start to think of all the different things she could do for work. She could be an accountant, but that wouldn't need such a cross-country flight, would it? Perhaps she's a journalist, and the paper needs her eyes on a breaking case. Or she's a paparazzi. But I think she would have recognized me if she was. That last one makes me stifle a physical headshake. How egotistical of me. Once we're in the air, Cassandra starts talking. She's speaking slower, as if the weight of the rush is off her chest now, that we just have to sit back and let the ride happen. So, this job I'm doing, it's for a modeling agency. I have to fill in for one of the girls. Apparently it's a huge shoot in LA, the one that my fiance missed our wedding for. She speaks the last words with a bitter tone, but I'm already preoccupied with what she said before. She's a model? For a big shoot in LA? Huh. I ask what kind of modeling she does, and she answers with exactly what I thought she would. High-end fashion. She actually works for my company. What are the odds? I try to keep my stare casual, looking around the cabin every so often, but my eyes always fall back on her. She doesn't even realize she's married to the CEO of the job she works at. I want to laugh, to tell her, but I don't. I don't need that changing our relationship so fast. So you said you're just doing a job in LA? Where do you live? I ask. I live in New York, where the company is based. I pretend to nod like that wasn't something I already assumed. Me too. I can tell my voice has a lilted, playful acknowledgement to it. But if she noticed, she doesn't show it. I wonder how long we can keep this going. When we get to LA, there's a car waiting for her. We take it to the shoot, and when she steps out, several people swarm her, dragging her off to go get ready. I merely wave goodbye and take a seat in the back, wanting to see what she can do. A few people at the shoot recognize me, but most of them just carry on with their professional duties. It's nice to see people working even when their main boss is here watching them. The photographer finishes setting up and calls out Cassandra. I tilt my head to the side, not even recognizing her at first. The woman who walks out is completely different from the one I just married. She's sexy. Her revealing, fashionable clothes are tucked and tailored to her body perfectly, looking like they were painted on. She's wearing long, latex black gloves that make her look distinguished and untouchable. Her eyes, as she stares into the camera, are so dangerous. The deep brown swirl that held a soft, naive vibe has been completely taken over with the neon liquid eyeliner that frames them. She almost has a glare to her, arched eyebrows set in such a way that makes her cheekbones pop. When she turns around, I can feel my heart in my chest. She's mesmerizing. Looking back at the camera, she sways her hips to the beat of the loud music, presenting action shots of her perfect body in every which way. She sits on the ground, platform wedges holding her up as her sculpted ankles bend, and the sleekness of her calves and thighs is shown. Her brown legs look impossibly long, even as I dwarfed her in size earlier. The mom jeans and tight sweater were doing nothing for just how immaculate she looks now in that skirt and half-tucked silk blouse. Holy hell.
Chapter 7. Cassandra. When I step on the set, everyone is running around. They are a working colony. Masses of people are on the set. Many are moving props, and some are adjusting their cameras. I take a deep breath. This is what I've missed. It feels like I have never left. Being back in this atmosphere cracks a smile out of me, even amid all these nerves rushing through my body. The director of photography rushes up to greet me. He takes my hand and shakes it profusely. So glad to be working with you again, love. Please, just go out there and do your thing. Thank you so much. So tell me, who am I working for right now? I say with a glint in my eye. You're modeling for Amore Lingerie, the Sweetheart line specifically. There are beautiful, sexy pieces, and even a Catwoman collaboration. He hands me hangers full of lingerie pieces and strappy heels. I peek at the gloves in the bag. A smirk creeps up onto my face. Pleasure to be back in business, I say excitedly. It is truly an honor to be working with this brand. They are known internationally and are featured in nearly every high-end fashion magazine. I beam at the mound of pieces in my arms as I make my way to the dressing room. Suddenly, I hear a voice that is so aggravatingly familiar, it coagulates my blood. "Finally, you're here, honey," David's voice sounds. I feel his body weight shift onto my shoulders as he pulls me into a hug from behind and kisses the top of my head. I am no longer falling for this smooth talk. I know he's being cunning and deceitful. His body radiates this toxic energy. Yeah, it physically pains me to be such a nice, forgiving person. Makes for an easy and automatic people pleaser. However, I don't have to be nice to him. I have to be civil. For all I know or care, he's nothing but a stranger to me. I'm just here to go with the flow and give David and Emma a surprise they didn't expect. Me. David motions to the lingerie in my hand and looks up at me with a rehearsed smile. "Let's go get ready then," he says with exceedingly overdone excitement. A short while later, I walk out of the dressing room feeling confident, beautiful, and sexy. This set of pink lingerie has lace down my bodice, pink straps coming up from my thighs, and sleek tanga underwear. The strappy heels are platform stilettos and stand out in a bold silver color. I run my painted nails through my high ponytail. I smile and walk confidently over to the backdrop. The upbeat music begins to play, and I finally feel like I'm back in my element. The music vibrates through my body, and as soon as the cameras are on, I'm blowing kisses into the lens. My back arches on a chaise lounge chair, and the red velvet warms my body from the cool fan blowing air at me. I raise my hands beside my head and pose for the camera. I face the back wall and look over my shoulder. I even take a shot of a cherry knot on my tongue. Someone whistles from the set next to me, then a girl yells out, "Gorge!" Being here feels like I never left. I look over at some girls wearing fluffy, feathery angel wings in a red, strappy lingerie set that looks way too hard to put on as they talk with one another. For a second, I feel self-conscious, until I hear what one of them says. "The queen of modeling is back." I look around the room for the first time since I got in front of the camera. So many eyes stare at me. So many people have their mouths gaping open. I even see Liam leaning against a wall with his arms crossed over his large, broad chest, his lips slightly parted and wet. Even in his business suit looking professional, he looks like he's caught in headlights when I catch him staring. Then slowly, his gaze darkens, and he looks up at me through his brows. His eyes bore into mine, and he gives his head a small tilt. My cheeks heat, and I let my gaze fall onto the floor, which is suddenly so interesting. While the photographer switches the SD card, he converses with me. "You have to easily be the most photogenic girl. You're a natural. You don't even need my direction." I feel my cheeks hurt from a smile. Taking compliments has always been hard to do, but I try to be confident in my ability. The snap of the camera and the abrupt flash of lights bring me back to attention. The photographer slips the strap of his camera over his neck and beckons me back to the chaise. I bring my hands to my hips and smile as I stand before the lounge chair. "Push out that back, queen," the director hollers. "Yes, just like that. You are such a beautiful icon." This makes me genuinely giggle, and I toss my head back in laughter. "These shots are perfect," the photographer says. "Someone pull the fan in closer. I want her hair billowing in the wind." Someone does as he asks, and I lay back on the chair letting the fan blow in my face. My eyes water, but my hair will look like I got a fresh blowout. I look up, and through watery eyes, I see David slide Emma into a hug. My jaw tightens, and my neck heats up. What is Emma doing here anyway? I thought she was sick. David presses a kiss to her lips. Well, apparently she is not sick. My blood boils just seeing them make a display of things. I take a shaky breath in and let the air puff up my chest. "Yes, so serious and so hot," the photographer says. "Add a little brow furrow." I shake my head, forgetting momentarily I'm right in front of the camera. "Those cheekbones can cut diamonds," the girl on the next set over says. The jawline can cut me, and I would apologize to her, the guy on the set says. I hear the compliments, but I'm too mad to react. So angry, yes. The range of emotions is perfect, the director says. I narrow my gaze one last time before I turn back to what matters right now. Chapter 8. Cassandra. Despite my anger, I haven't felt a rush modeling like that in ages. We went through all sorts of categories with our lingerie shoot, from modeling their line of gloves to sweetheart wear and even a Catwoman-inspired collab. As I walk back off set for the last time, Leslie, a new model, follows me. That was exhilarating. I turn my head and she nods excitedly. She hands me my robe, and I shrug it on as we walk into the dressing room. By the time my butt hits the chair, I'm exhausted. I wonder if Liam saw all of that. He was probably bored. I can't imagine he would find much interest in clothes, regardless of what kind of modeling it was. Although I did see him far in the back, I couldn't look directly at him, but he was sitting behind the photographer, so he was clear in my peripherals. Behind all the flashing lights and random crap they throw onto the set to make it more exotic, I could have sworn he was watching. I don't really know why, but the idea of him watching me makes me excited, probably because he's so handsome, and having a Greek god staring would make any girl's knees a little weak. Leslie breaks away from my side and heads over to the mini fridge, returning with a can of sparkling water. I'm still shocked that she's taken such a liking to me. When she got here, I was already on my way out. Engaged to David, I didn't have the rush to model anymore. Until now. Did you have fun? I ask as I take the water and pretend to clink it with hers. She nods enthusiastically. I've seen her on a lot of the sets, but she's never the focal point of the shoot. Hopefully one day she gets the recognition she deserves. Yes, I love watching you model, Miss Cassandra. You are stunning. She does a little bounce on her feet as she speaks. Leslie is a sweetheart. A few times she's asked me for modeling advice. I wish I could have given her more than vaguely suggesting you just have to feel it, but that's all I do when it comes down to it. Feel the rhythm of the music and really get into the character you're supposed to be during a gig. Thank you, Leslie. I can't wait to see you in more shoots, I say enthusiastically, and the younger girl's face turns a bright red. It stretches all the way to her ears. I'm very grateful for her. We keep talking until the sound of the door getting forcefully open draws both of our attention. Before I know it, Emma is storming in. How could you do this? Emma stomps over to me, and even in her rage, I can tell she's very sick. Whatever I saw between her and David earlier, it's true. She probably couldn't have done the shoot. Hey, Emma, I thought you were sick, I ask, taking a sip of my water. I keep my voice even, innocent, and curious. I may be sick, but I can still stand. How can that bullcrap man replace me with you? She's absolutely fuming, and it takes a lot for me not to laugh at how ridiculous she sounds. I already know who he is, so I don't bother asking. Maybe she and David had a lover's quarrel? How ironic that he would replace her just like that. I can already feel how much lighter I'll be without David around, and it almost makes me excited to finally end things with him. Why don't you just ask David? I'm just here as your substitute. I was just about to go home, but then I decided, why not work again? I pitch my voice up, hoping she'll fall for my charade. Emma grabs my arm, and her voice sounds softer now, but still contains an edge of anger. She squeezes, and I glance at Leslie, who looks shocked. Cassie, come on now. You wanted to retire, remember? We've talked about it so much. You wanted to be a housewife. If it wasn't for how desperate she seems to be, I'd almost believe she has my best interests at heart. I did, but now I'm happy to stay in the spotlight. I forgot how much fun it was to model, I say, grabbing her shoulder. I want to make the distance between us, but she doesn't let go. I almost feel bad for her. Her spot in the limelight will die if I'm available again. But then I remember how she slept with my fiance, and all those bad feelings drift away. If she's worried about her spot in the agency, too bad. No, it wasn't supposed to be like this. She tugs on my arm, hard. I'm just about done with her nonsense, so I put my drink down and stand awkwardly, trying to yank out of her grasp as I hear footsteps starting to make their way to us. As we both turn to the door, David walks in looking furious. Cassandra, what are you doing here? His eyebrows are furrowed deeply, and I feel honestly taken aback by the aggression. He's still siding with her, even though I'm his fiance. Well, not anymore. Chapter 9. Cassandra. Still in recoil from his words, I stand there like a lost child as he takes who was supposed to be my best friend into his arms. If I didn't want to save face so badly, I'd sucker punch the two of them. He holds her like she's a prized pie that someone has just tried to smash. In reality, she was gripping my arm so hard, I'll probably have bruises tomorrow. But she is his precious victim. Victim my ass. She is the one who instigated all of this, but that isn't what I'm here for. I want revenge, and revenge doesn't come from immediate violence. It comes from the carefully curated plan I made with my husband in the other room. I wish he was here with me, so I could rub it in David's face that I've met a man that not only looks twice as good as him, but who's shown more respect to me in the few hours we've known each other than David has in the years that we dated. He treats Emma like a prize in his hands. His cheating is so painfully obvious. I can't imagine how long it's been going on when I was so naive. What kind of relationship is so full of pretension and lies? I had to respect myself enough to dump him and move on before the slimy bastard got to dump me first. I'm supposed to be yours, David, and instead, look whose side you're on. My words feel bitter, and my tone is laced with barbed wire. He tosses my words aside, disregarding all of my concerns. It sounded like you were hurting Emma. I can't have an interpersonal conflict on the job. He scoffs, still keeping up the lie. In his arms, Emma looks like a frail, broken bird. She snuggles in closer to him and catches my eye. With a wink, she lays her head on his shoulder and sniffles. Shh. She was. I was just trying to hold her arm to connect with her better, and she started pulling on it really hard to get me off. She could have just asked. Emma puts her hand on my ex-fiance's chest and leans into him like she needs protecting. I swear to whatever God is around that she is asking to get punched. The act is just so completely over the top. It's ridiculous. Cassandra, that's no way to treat a fellow employee. Emma is already sick. She's probably weak from the illness. He cries in disgust at me, as if I'm the bad guy. Oh, I appreciate that, Davy. But if I'm strong enough to model, then I can take care of myself, she says, looking up at him with lovesick eyes. He looks back down at her with the same caring expression. Well, if you care about her so much, then maybe she should be your fiance. I'm done, David. It's over, I say, adding a sense of finality to my thoughts. With crossed arms, I stare at him, waiting to see what he'll do. His face doesn't display the sadness I was hoping it would. It stays neutral as if he's trying to call my bluff. It's a long moment of silence before he reacts. Not to my surprise, he half laughs, before shrugging and rubbing Emma's arm. Fine by me. I won't have a dramatic has-been to take care of anymore, he says, and those words really sting. He knows how sensitive I am about my work, and I was willing to just give it up for him. For him, I could laugh at how stupid I was, but I'm not so sure it wouldn't turn into tears at one point or another. Fine. You two can go on with your relationship. My traitor ex-boyfriend and my ex-best friend. But neither of you can stop me from going back to work, I threaten, disgust deep in my tone. Emma rolls her eyes, and David almost perfectly matches her. I grab my robe, tightening it around my frame as if it will stop me from falling apart. And guess what, David? As soon as I realized what a disgusting cheater you are, I met a new man. One that is so much better than you ever were. I traded up. Have fun with your sloppy seconds, Emma. I smirk, feeling unbelievably full of myself. All of my emotions are high, and I know as soon as I say it just how ridiculous it sounds, even if it is true. I have no present evidence, aside from the ring Liam gave me at the ceremony, and that could look fake. Emma scoffs and steps forward. She's finally off David's shoulder, and her sniffling and victim acting has stopped. Oh, honey, you don't have to make up a new fake boyfriend. That's so pathetic. David nods along with her, adding a soft, so sad, of his own as I become acutely aware of the fact that Leslie is still here, watching this all go down. I look over at her, and she doesn't make eye contact with me. She stares at her drink, looking incredibly out of place. This is starting to go to crap really fast, and if I don't do something, I'm going to lose everything. She probably thinks I'm lying too. If only he was here. Just as I finish the thought, as if he has heard me from the main stage area, I hear someone walk in and clear their throat. Actually, I'm her husband, and I'm very real, I promise. My eyes flick to the door, where he stands like a knight in shining armor. His eyes are directed straight at David, and the mesmerizing green looks like a frozen jade in his anger. I would not want to be on the receiving end of that fury.
Chapter 10. Liam. The sounds of muffled fighting inside that room make my blood boil. I'd wanted to follow Cassandra back into the room after her shoot and tell her what a good job she did, but the two assholes beat me in there. I decided to stay back, unsure if they were the ones she told me about earlier. I heard her throw around the one man's name and, of course, it turns out to be them. Now listening to them berate my wife is making me furious. She is trying so hard to keep her cool and make an argument. I can hear it in her voice. But it is 2 against 1, and they seem to have planned it all out to make her seem crazy. I can't just leave her in there defenseless. The whole point of us being married is to get back at our exes, and she has the perfect opportunity cast in front of her. If I'm going to hold up my part of the bargain, I have to go in there and help her out. Before I really have time to think about what I want to say, I walk forward, pushing the door open. I see the back of Cassandra's head, and the other 2 glaring at me like I have no right being in there. Well, they're about to find out just how much of a right I have to be here. Actually, I'm her husband, and I'm very real, I promise. I watch as Cass turns her head to me, and the warmth in her face pools in her cheeks. I cast her a soft smirk and stride forward to back her up. Just as I get there, the small redhead beside her spends far too long staring at me. I look down at her with a raised brow. "Oh my God!" she gasps, covering her mouth before dropping it to grab my wife's arm. "You're Liam Anderson! The Anderson!" I can only chuckle. Out of all the people in this room to recognize me, it's someone not even involved in this crazy situation. I hear the mousy man, who I'm assuming is David, scoff and cross his arms. "There's no way she's married to you." He stares between us, his beady eyes flickering back and forth. "Believe it, buddy. She's mine now." I take Cassandra's left hand with mine and flash the ring on her finger. It's not incredibly impressive, a blue diamond rock on a soft rose-colored band. She proudly wiggles her fingers before lacing them with mine. Our first day of marriage is definitely starting off interesting. David is left gawking at the rings, his bulging eyes staring between our faces and our hands. "How could you do this to me?" He glares directly at her, pushing Emma out of his arms as he steps closer. I pull Cassandra tighter against my chest, trying to protect her. She flicks between our hands and my face, her gaze lost. I never really realized it, but this is the first time we're in such close proximity to each other. On the plane ride, we had a comfortable amount of space. At the ceremony, it was just a small peck. Still wholly unfamiliar with the idea of getting married and actually being together. Even in the midst of all this, I like how her body feels pressed against mine, She fits in my arms perfectly, and I want to keep her there. But I'll have to explore that later. Right now, these two in front of us need finishing. Don't yell at my wife like that. You had your chance with her and you blew it. I glare straight down at David, and he seems to shrink under my look. Good. He doesn't respond, just staring up at me. It's time to end this. By the way, whatever position you had here, consider yourself fired. Toying with our models will not be tolerated here. Pack your stuff and get out. I end my statement by stepping back, and I feel Cass's body step with me. I take her hand and lean down closer to her. Are you okay? I mumble, close enough to her ear that only she can hear. I feel her hair brush my cheek as she nods, and I take her hand. Together, we start to walk out of the room. From behind me, David starts to speak up again. How can you just fire me? I'm their manager! He hollers after us, the other girl that was clinging to him, cursing him out in a hushed voice. The higher-pitched redhead pipes up again. He has all the right to fire you. He's the president and CEO of Anderson Modeling Agency. She claps her hands together, her voice absolutely elated. I stifle a laugh as I hear a bunch of fast-paced steps following us outside. What? David and Emma both yell at the same time. Cassandra and I don't bother holding it in, our laughter bouncing off the walls of the studio. Everyone is packing up to leave, and as we walk together, she squeezes my hand tighter. Whenever she looks up at me, though, there's an extra little something hidden in the back of her gaze.
Chapter 11. Cassandra. Oh my God, I can't believe I just did that. My head feels like it's swimming. The look on David's face when Liam walked in and grabbed my hand, it felt straight out of a rom-com. I'm still holding Liam's hand, and the feeling is exciting as we walk right out of the studio. I barely noticed Leslie behind me, the poor girl having to witness all of that and get shell-shocked. Okay, well, I have to go home. I'll see you around, Miss Cassandra. Nice to see you too, Mr. Anderson. And with that, she skips off, her hair bouncing. What a girl. I look up at Liam, and he's watching her leave. But when he notices me, his eyes fall to meet mine. I still can't get over just how deep the green is, like pools I could happily drown in. My happiness is faltering, giving away to the realization that this is real. I just broke up with my fiance, and I'm already married to a random man I met today. My strides stop, and I stand in place as Liam comes to a halt by my hand, jerking him back. Are you okay? He turns to face me, and our bodies are close. I step back, shaking my head. No, I'm not. What did I do? My voice sounds shrill, and Liam looks concerned before he starts to chuckle. What's so funny? I ask. I don't want to feel like he's laughing at me, but it definitely feels like he is. You did what's right. Your jerk fiance deserved all of that and more. He sounds happy, excited even. Like this is a rush, but he doesn't get it. No, I mean, what did I do to my life? Liam's chuckle grows until he's practically bellowing out a rich, deep laugh that makes me want to smile. But I don't. I'm too upset and frustrated. Come on. Remember David's reaction? Wasn't that totally worth it? His charming eyes bore into mine, and eventually I can't stop the smile that grows on my face. I roll my eyes and hold his hand tightly. I guess, I mutter, now grinning like a fool. Let's go home, Liam says assuredly. I tilt my head. Home? Home where? I don't know what his idea of home is, but it better be at least close to mine. To my penthouse, our home. I stare at him. Us, living together? Hey, now, we made a deal. Your ex is traumatized by our relationship now, but I still have someone I need to get back at. He smirks at me, and it makes my heart flip. Why does he have to be so handsome? I nod, starting to realize that this really is going to be my life for the next 6 months. Plus, I want you to meet my family, and I want to meet yours. You can still work as a model, but you need to be my wife for these 6 months, at least publicly." He prattles on, and I have to start really listening to hear what he's saying. Slowly, I feel my face sour. Does he really want to make all these changes? How much is this going to entail? I don't like the idea of my life changing so drastically, but I made a deal, and I have to see it through. I still can't believe he's actually the CEO of my modeling agency. What a bizarre twist. The idea that he could be in the same place as me and needing a wife right as I need a husband, it's insane. We can stay in LA tonight. I know a really nice hotel by the airport. Plus, I imagine you're probably sick of flying for one day. I know I am, but tomorrow morning, we'll need to get on the first flight back to New York. I can't afford to miss much more work. It's honestly like he's talking to himself, just carrying the conversation on without me. "Okay, lead the way," I say, and we start to walk again. He pulls out his phone and tells me he wants to call his secretary. Does he really go through him for everything? He booked our flight like that, too, and car transportation. Now he's having his assistant arrange our hotel. It's going to be quite an adjustment from having to do everything myself. By the time he gets off the phone several calls later, he looks considerably more stressed out. "What's wrong?" I ask, and he sighs quietly. He sounds exasperated. "We need to go back to New York tonight. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you, though. I promise," he says and finishes with an award-winning smile. I shrug lightly, flashing my own grin back to him. "That's fine by me. I'm used to flying all the time." His shoulders drop as if the tension has left them. How considerate for him to be worried about how I feel. "Although," I add, a teasing smirk rising to the surface, "you may want to call back your secretary and let him know that you're not going to need the hotel." I giggle, and he groans loudly, very overdramatically. With an exasperated pull from his pocket, he fishes his phone out as our car pulls up to the curb. He holds my door open for me, and I slide into the back. Getting in, he's already on the call. By the look on his face and the tone in his voice, I can imagine he probably feels bad about having to cancel everything. The driver takes off after I give him directions to the airport. Driving around like this for 6 months is going to be fun. Chapter 12. Cassandra. We touch down in New York, having been discussing where I should stay once we disembark. I don't mind, but I have to go home first and pack my things. To be honest, all I have is the sexy nightgown that I had planned to wear on my wedding night. "I'm fine staying with you, Liam. I just need to go home and pick up a few things." Liam gives me a mischievous smile. "You know it's still your wedding night, right?" I didn't expect that. I look back at him and can't say anything. Finally, something comes to my mind. It was my wedding night that never happened. "Liam, please, I don't have many clothes with me." He gets a little more serious. "Why don't we shop for some clothes here at the gift shop?" I agree to his suggestion. When we finally get to the gift shop and look at the clothes, we can't believe just how tacky they are. I nearly fall over when I see the prices. They're too expensive. Liam gets a look at the price tag, but he doesn't care. "We'll find something here for you before we go home. How about this?" he says, holding up some polyester monstrosity of a dress. I look at him and raise an eyebrow. There's no way I would be seen in public with that on. He blows out a breath. Phew. Thank God for that. I thought I'd chosen the wrong fake wife for a minute then. "You're funny," I say dryly, tossing a tacky sweater at him, and we both laugh. "I'm known for my taste, I'll have you know." He smiles, setting aside our little joke. "I won't argue with that," he says genuinely. "I'll take you out tomorrow and buy some real clothes for you. I promise." "Sure," I reply. "Thanks." I become aware that someone is staring at us. It creeps me out, but since I'm with my husband, I decide to ignore it. On our way to his house, I realize that I'm relieved. I don't have to go back to the apartment I shared with David. I just don't want to face him right now. Maybe later, when I've got my head together a bit. Everything has moved so quickly. When we arrive at Liam's place, I am in awe. It's a penthouse. It's huge, modern, and beautiful. Liam gives me the tour, and there's so much to take in. I look around everywhere, feeling like a tourist. My head is swiveling to take in the high ceilings, the huge windows, the furniture, the appliances. I'd almost rather stare at our surroundings than look at his face. "Okay, let's look at the rooms," he says. "There's a few you can pick from." For a moment, I don't know what to say, feeling kind of embarrassed about how we're going to do this. Here's a room right next to my own room. It has everything you need, including an ensuite bathroom, large walk-in closet, a huge bay window, and window seat. Wow, this one is big, and I love the color scheme. The walls are a relaxing light blue, and the wood floor is covered with medium blue throw rugs. I walk in and look around. I look at the bathroom. It is big, with a large tub and shower. "What else do you have?" "I'd like to choose right," I say, grinning at him. I may as well make the most of this after all. "Come with me," he says, registering that I'm playing with him somewhat, a small smile on his lips. This room isn't as big, but it does have the bay window and window seat. Was this apartment built with window seats in every bedroom? It was. Even my room has too. Ooh, I need to look at it. Liam smiles at me and takes my hand in his as he takes me to what is the largest bedroom in the penthouse. "Take a look." I drop his hand and enter. I am breathless. This room is the largest and most beautiful. It has not one but 2 bay windows and window seats. The walls are pale gray, and the throw rugs are darker gray. I look at the king-size bed and gulp. I quickly turn and look into the bathroom. It's bigger than the first guest room bathroom. The colors here are also shades of gray. Plus, it has a towel warmer. I leave the bathroom and check the walk-in closet out. Next, I spot a second walk-in closet. It's about the same size as the first bedroom I saw. I sigh and look at Liam. "For now, I'll take the first guest room you showed me, the blue one." I'm actually excited to get my things from the apartment, then realize I'm not going back there. We're shopping for new clothes. "I'll have the housekeeper put your luggage in here, and we'll go shopping tomorrow. Let me show you the rest of the house." Liam turns and walks downstairs, and I follow him. I see multiple closets as I walk down the hall. I look at the wood floor. It's gleaming and clean. "Do you have a full crew of people to help you keep your home clean?" He turns, with a grin on his face. "Of course." "Can you imagine how much time it would take for one person to clean all of this?" I shake my head. "No, thanks." He laughs as we carry on, and I start to feel better about the situation. There's something about him that puts me at ease. He's so good-looking, and so far, has treated me like a queen. As nice as he's treating me, it would be easy to fall for him. But I won't ever fall in love again. Men can't be trusted.
Chapter 13. Liam. We created a storm of publicity when we landed in New York. Someone took our picture while we were still inside the airport, and now the news is racing everywhere that Cassandra and I have gotten married. It seems that every newspaper and television station knows. I wake up when I hear my phone ringing. Looking at the screen, I see that it's my mom. At the same time, I am out of bed and walking toward Cassandra's room to check on her, speaking quietly so I won't disturb her. Mom is anything but quiet. "Liam, just who is this model? Did you have a fling with her? What happened to Eunice? You have to break up with this woman and marry Eunice." Mom's breath is raspy. Clearly, she is shocked. She also really likes Eunice. I scrub my face with one hand as we speak. She's not going to take the news of what Eunice did to me well at all. Mom, I had to end it with Eunice. I caught her cheating on me. But who is this other woman? Have you known her for more than just a few days? We won't bother answering that question for Mom. She doesn't need to hear it. This woman is someone I met, and she was there for me when I found out what Eunice did to me. Mom, she's beautiful. She's also strong. Oh my God. I'm not just saying this still just to convince Mom. I mean every word I'm saying. She's wonderful. Hell, she's terrific. Mom, I was very fortunate to meet her when I needed someone in my corner, because she didn't have to help me out at all. It's all technically the truth. A very varnished truth, but still. But Eunice's mother and I always dreamed of the day that the two of you would marry. You're friends. Isn't that a good basis for a loving relationship? It is, Mom. When both partners are equally committed to each other, truly loving them. That didn't happen with Eunice. She met someone and began cheating on me. Mom, I hate to give you bad news, but it is over. Nothing is going to happen that results in Eunice and I getting back together. But Liam, you've known her all your life. How long have you known this model? She makes it sound like Cassandra isn't a model. Mom, Cassandra works for my agency. She's loyal and very hard-working. Truth be told, I'm pretty upset at Mom's implication, but I try hard not to let that come through in my voice. I breathe deeply, reaching for control. Like I said, Mom, Cassandra didn't have to be there to help me out. She could have just gone home at the end of the day. Instead, she was helping me to see that I am not the person lacking because I was cheated on. She didn't have to do that. Well, true, but you and Eunice are perfect together, and you would have had such lovely children. I release a long breath through my nose. I don't want to be crude here, but would I have been the father of those children, or not? That silences Mom. I hear her raspy breathing through the phone. Mom, you're letting this upset you too much. You and Mrs. Solace came up with an idea that, quite frankly, Eunice wasn't happy with either. It's pretty obvious if she went outside our relationship to meet someone else. I grimace, hoping Mom won't get angry again. Liam, are you serious? Did she really cheat? Yes, Mom. She did. She wanted someone else, too. In retrospect, it's becoming obvious how silly this was from the beginning. Eunice and I were both being pushed to each other, and that's not a good recipe for any kind of commitment. I wish you would give her a chance, Mom. Cassandra's a good woman. She's sending a good chunk of her modeling earnings to her parents so they can build a new convenience store. Oh. Slowly, Mom starts to accept what I'm saying. She's still reluctant to realize that Eunice is gone and won't be back. Well, if that's how things are, I'd like to meet her. Certainly, Mom. We'll get together in a few days when we're not quite as busy. Wow. I got through that one. Just as I hang up, I hear Cassandra shout from her bedroom. I drop the phone on my bed and run. Cassandra, what's wrong? I get to her room. I have to grab the door jamb to stop my body's momentum. Cassandra, what's wrong? Cassandra looks at me from the bed, alarm in her eyes.
Chapter 14. Cassandra. I slept pretty hard last night. When I wake up, I don't remember where I am, so I holler out. The room is totally unfamiliar, and I don't see anything that I recognize from my room at home. Liam burst into the room, and I'm absolutely mortified. After I shouted, I remembered that, of course, I am in his penthouse. I'm moving in. I cover my flaming hot face with both hands. My voice comes out muffled when I answer. Sorry, I thought I was in my own bed. I didn't remember that I live here now. I feel ridiculous, like a little kid, as I literally peek at him through my fingers. Liam is a kind, gracious host. It's okay. Let's go and have our breakfast. In the kitchen, he shows me where everything is in the cabinets, and we make something simple to eat. He learns that I work hard to keep my interior self, as well as my exterior self, clean and healthy. That is, I try to eat foods that benefit my health but still taste good. This means that I turn down the fatty bacon he offers. Instead, I suggest toasted bagels with cream cheese, butter, or even a little bit of jam. Coffee, definitely. As long as we drink it in moderation and leave out all of the fatty, sugary stuff that people put in it, we are good. So when did you start eating clean? Liam's expression is one of curiosity. You're really beautiful, whether you have makeup on or not. You eat more than some models do. You don't exist on lettuce and water. And yes, I have seen some models restricting their food intake to that extent. Liam's voice is solemn. I think for a few minutes, taking a bite of my bagel. After swallowing, I respond. I started probably a few years ago. The father of a friend collapsed and died of a massive heart attack. He looked healthy, but inside his body, the fat deposits were just collecting. That scared me. Whoa, that sounds terrible. I'm sorry to hear that, he says, taking in every word. I got my mom and dad, then my siblings, on a clean diet. I've seen models who restrict their food intake. That's unhealthy. I believe in good, careful choices, not starving. We talk, but my ringing phone interrupts us. I pick it up and see that Mom is calling. Cassandra, we saw you on the news. You got married, but not to David. Why did you marry someone named Liam? We all want an explanation from you. We also want to meet this Liam, so come home with him. Hi, Mom. Yes, a lot has happened over the past few days. I didn't marry David because he was cheating on me with Emma, and I never want to see him again. I'm happy now. Hold on while I ask him if he wants to go to Georgia this weekend. I turn to him. Mom wants us both to go to Georgia. My family wants to meet you and find out why we married each other. As I wait for his answer, my face feels hot and flushed. My heart is pounding and my hands are shaky. Sure, I'd love to meet them. This weekend is fine. But fair is fair. I got the same kind of call from my own mother earlier, right before you woke up. She wants to meet you, so we'll have to go to her home. Nervously, I nod. Okay. Now my heart is pounding harder than ever. My mind is coming up with all kinds of scenarios, none of them good. What happened to me? I used to be more positive. After breakfast, we washed dry and put the dishes away. I can't stand seeing a kitchen with dirty dishes. Mom taught me to take care of them as soon as a meal is over. Once we're done, I can then get to work. When I get there, I find that I have been scheduled for a fashion showdown that's being presented soon. Not only that, but I'll be going up against Emma. What? When was this scheduled? I ask. Leslie, who I've gotten closer to recently, tells me that Emma requested it. She also requested that she compete against you. As soon as Leslie updates me, Emma walks in, sneering at me. Oh, the famous model is here. She stands with her feet spread wide and her hands on her slender hips. Even if you sleep your way to the top, Cassandra, I don't care. As long as I am here, you can't have the throne. I quash my anger down. No way is she going to get a rise out of me. So I stand confidently, hands open at my sides. I raise one eyebrow. Ha! Good luck, Emma. That throne was always mine. And you know it, I snap, turning and walking away.
Chapter 15. Liam. Before Cassandra and I leave New York to go to Georgia, she begs me to act loving and sweet around her family. I don't want them to know that our marriage isn't real and that we'll be divorcing in 6 months. I agree. Of course I do. I want to help her. Will you do the same for me when we meet my own mother? Definitely. We were both blindsided and we're helping each other out. Just let me know what she likes and doesn't like so I don't mess up. I will. Thank you. I give her a tender kiss on the cheek. Cassandra squirms from the contact. Also, I think we should start touching and kissing each other. Practice doing so. Then when we're with our families, it'll look more natural. I look at my wife. She is so beautiful that I might as well take all the chances I can get. Slowly, I reach forward, slip my hand behind her neck, and give her a short kiss on her lips. Whoa. Cassandra giggles and pulls away slightly. See, we need to practice. I just want to kiss her lips again and see if I get the same physical reaction. After getting to the airport, we check our luggage and hurry to our gate. 45 minutes later, we board our flight, which only lasts 2 hours. It's not long after that we walk out of arrivals to the excited faces of her parents waiting to greet us. "Cassandra, you look beautiful. And this must be Liam," says her mother. I smile at her parents, wrapping my arm around Cassandra's slender waist. "Liam, meet my parents, Andres Bokvadze and Grace Bokvadze. Mom, you and Dad look wonderful." I'm so happy to meet both of you. I hug Grace when she hugs me. Andres gives me a man hug, so I reciprocate, slapping him gently on his back. "See, Liam, I told you they're wonderful people. Mom, where's Brayton? Liam, he's my little brother." I nod as Grace explains that he didn't want to stop playing with his friend. "So his friend's parents offered to watch him for us while we came to pick you up." Cassandra smiles. Brayton is 8, and he is one stubborn child. When he wants to do something, he won't be taken away from it. Yeah, that sounds like my cousin's children to me. I feel comfortable with her parents, but I am painfully aware of the giant question looming over all of us. We're going to have to explain how we were both cheated on and how that led to us marrying. But no way am I going to bring up that our marriage is fake and temporary. Andres opts to go straight home. We have to get Brayton and bring him home. He knows his big sister is coming, and we want him to meet you, Liam. What he doesn't say is that he expects us to explain everything. We get home to the Bokvadze home. I take our luggage inside and drop it in Cassandra's bedroom. I look around at the spacious room, getting more of an understanding of my wife. Andres directs me to the dining room where Grace and Cassandra are pouring sweet tea and slicing pound cake. Andres clears his throat. "Okay, Cassandra, Liam, explain to us what happened." I clear my throat and recount the story of how I was stood up by another woman, but in the end it worked out as I met the person I really was meant to be with. Something similar happened to me. David cheated on me with Emma. I broke up with him, and Emma is no longer my friend, Cassandra explains. But now that it's over and I met Liam, I'm actually glad that it happened. Just then, Brayton, Cassandra's younger brother, comes running in. He stops cold when he sees me. Then he walks up. "Hi, who are you?" "Brayton, we've taught you better," cries his father. Brayton isn't even fazed. "Okay, Dad." Then he turns back to me. "I'm Brayton Bokvadze." He sticks his hand out for me to shake. I grab his hand and shake it. "And I'm Liam Anderson. I'm your brother-in-law." "Brother, what's that?" "I married your sister. That makes us brothers-in-law. We're like brothers without the blood connection." "Oh." His face crinkles in a really cute way. "So how can we be brothers if there's no blood connection?" The kid has me stumped. I sit down next to him and look at his dad, who chuckles. "Well, it means that because I'm married to your sister, who does have a blood connection to you, we have a legal connection." Brayton still looks confused, but decides to accept my answer. "Okay, I think. Liam, can we finish talking, please?" Andres stands in the hallway. "Sure, Brayton, I'll be right back." "Yeah, 'cause we're gonna play with Legos." I laugh. He's a cute kid. Andres looks at me seriously now that Brayton is gone. "Now, you're married to my daughter. I want you to take good care of her. I love my girl and I only want what's best for her." Solemnly, I nod. "I will take care of her. I promise you that. I'll always take care of her." I feel a little guilty for being less than truthful to them. My truth is that I like them tremendously. And I see how Cassandra turned out so well. For the rest of the evening before going to bed, we have dinner. Then I play with Brayton. As he decreed, we play with Legos, building some pretty fantastic creations. Brayton, it's bedtime. Grace taps her watch, reminding him. Oh, but Mom, we're playing and getting to know each other. Liam is pretty nice. Yes, son. I agree, but it's bedtime. Come on now. Eventually, Grace wears him down, and he traipses off reluctantly, complaining the whole time. By now, Cassandra has joined me in the living room. We both have glasses of iced tea. I look at her as I laugh. He's a firecracker! Cassandra laughs outright. That's mild. Wait until he really gets going. Finally, we go to bed. I have to sleep with her in her bed, and I'm not complaining. Lying next to her in her family home, the scent of her traveling across to me. I wonder if I'm getting carried away.
Chapter 16. Cassandra. After we get home from Georgia, Liam calls his mother and makes arrangements for us to join her for dinner one evening during the week. I'm nervous. Period. I already know from what Liam has said that his mother really likes his ex-fiance. I try to use my nerves to help me create a more positive first meeting. I choose a conservative dress with heels. I style my long dark hair in a French braid. Liam gets out of the shower and dresses in dress pants and a long-sleeve shirt without a tie. He looks at me. Beautiful. You are perfect. He comes up to me and brushes my cheek with a kiss. Then he draws back, looks at my lips, and kisses me again. My eyes widen, not because I'm stunned at his action, but because I feel such an electric sensation. What was that? Liam smiles gently at me. We all set to go then? He asks. Sure, I reply, still trying to recover from his kiss. He drives to his mother's home. The closer we get, the more the butterflies in my stomach start fluttering, dancing around. I hear my heartbeat in my ears. What about your father? Will he be there as well? Liam pauses for a second. He died when I was in high school. My mother is the only relative I have left. I gasp sharply. Now I feel terrible. Oh, Liam, I am so sorry. I look at him, then at the direction he's gazing into. I see a young woman leaving the house. Eunice is here? Liam's voice is a low growl. He looks shocked and hurt. He closes the door and takes my hand as we walk to the door. I'm stunned as I realize Liam's mother still has a friendship with the woman who cheated on her own son. I'm confused. What is going on here? We enter the house, Liam escorting me in before him. His mother is sitting on an ornate chair in the foyer. Her expression when she sees me isn't really welcoming, but she is cordial toward me. Cassandra, meet Natalie Anderson, my mother. Mother, Cassandra? He stays close to me, with a comforting hand at my waist. I smile and nod politely. Mrs. Anderson, it is wonderful to meet you. I extend my hand toward her. Natalie barely touches the tips of my fingers with her own. Cassandra, her voice is cool, though courteous. Dinner is almost ready. Cook is working on the finishing touches. Come. Leaning heavily on her cane, Mrs. Anderson leads us into an ornate sitting room. With Liam's help, she sinks into a deep blue armchair. Liam returns and indicates I should sit next to him. I do. In fact, I'm sitting very close to him, just so I can draw whatever comfort I can. Liam, I suppose you saw Eunice leaving? I look at Liam. I did. Mother, our relationship is over. I won't marry her. Mrs. Anderson closes her eyes momentarily, sniffing in a long breath. But Liam, she's sorry for what she did. Mother, can we change the subject? You invited my wife and I to have dinner with you. At that moment, someone I think might be the cook steps into the sitting room and whispers into Mrs. Anderson's ear, then leaves. Liam's mother gives me a cool smile and stands with Liam's assistants. She leads us to the dining room, where Liam helps me with my chair once he has seated his mother. Our dinner is anything but fun, though it is delicious, but the atmosphere makes it awkward. I eat to be polite, regretting that I can't manage more. Mrs. Anderson does attempt to include me in conversation, but her attitude is one of coolness and distance. My dear, I understand you are a model. Yes, I am. What kind of modeling do you do? Runway modeling, and I sometimes model fashion for magazines. Oh, well, that's wonderful. Do you intend to work during your marriage? I give her a small smile. Remember, Cass, she comes from a different world. I do. I enjoy the work. Finally, dinner is over. I wish I could have eaten more than I did. The chicken, vegetable, and garlic mashed potatoes are delectable. The dessert is so delicate, just melting in my mouth. We leave the dining room and return to the sitting room. While we are talking, Liam leaves the room. He wants to show something to me. While he's gone, Mrs. Anderson beckons me to her side, gesturing for me to bend close to her. Cassandra, I will give you a large sum of money to just go away. I want you to leave Liam alone. Shocked, I look at her, and she doesn't look like evil incarnate. I look more closely into her eyes. There's pain and fear in there. She truly thinks I'm going to hurt her son. Now I can't wait for Liam to come back. I just want to leave. No, ma'am. I can work and earn money. I won't destroy Liam's trust in me. Is it just his trust you don't want to lose? I push the question away. I can't answer that yet. Shortly after, Liam comes back downstairs carrying something. Cassandra, look. A chess set and an old set of Legos. I was thinking Brayton might like them. I give the first genuine smile of the entire evening. Wow, that's great, I say, feeling so appreciative of Liam in this moment. Cassandra, who is Brayton? Mrs. Anderson is curious. He's my little brother. My family met Liam. My brother thinks he's the best thing next to ice cream. Mom, we'd better leave. I don't want to tire you out. Liam bends over and gives her a kiss on her forehead. Mrs. Anderson grumbles a little, but she does comply. I am tired. I let Liam and his mother talk a little before she goes up to bed, trying my best not to think about what she just offered me, and why I find it so hard to think about living without him now. Am I in too deep? Chapter 17. Cassandra. I've been on vacation for the past few days and loved it. But I'm not cut out for just relaxing all day long. It's time for me to return to work. As much as I appreciate the break, I'm excited to be going back into work today. When I get to the modeling agency, it's the day of the fashion showdown. I'm still in shock about having to go up against Emma, but it's a great opportunity to flex and will get me back in the game pretty fast. Models taking part showcase designers who are trying to break into the fashion world. This is the fun part. Here, I get to see what kinds of fashions are being created. Today's designs are all on the casual side, my favorite. Leslie told me that Emma requested this showdown. She also requested that I take part. Thinking of how Emma betrayed me with David, I feel I have to accept this challenge. I've taken part in these before, so I go with Leslie and prepare myself. I peek outside the curtain, and there are so many audience members. I also see the paparazzi there. They outnumber the audience. I turn to Leslie. This is like an all-star cast, and we're on live television. I take a deep breath and blow it out through pursed lips. I'm nervous, but not so much that I can't perform. Liam sends me a text and promises to be there after his meeting. I put my first design on. The hair and makeup people fix me up and make sure my hair is picture perfect. I give myself some self-talk. You are strong. You know how to show this design to its best advantage. You are loved and you are beautiful. It's my turn. I walk on stage, posture straight, chin up, and exuding confidence. You are the queen. I begin my model's walk down the runway, display the design I'm wearing, then return to the stage. I hear lots of cheering and applause. When I go in, I don't look at Emma. I don't even notice her. Instead, I hurry to my changing area. I remove the dress I'm wearing and put on another casual outfit. Emma and I aren't the only ones taking part in this event. Other models are as well, but the spotlight is on me. I have something to prove to Emma. Emma and the other girls strut out and display the items they are wearing. Next, it's my turn again. The applause level goes back up as I walk out. When I return, Leslie is beaming. "Your husband got here." "Oh, good. Is he out there?" "He is. Go get your next outfit." I hurry off to fetch my next design. It's a casual pair of overall shorts with a bright blue t-shirt with rolled sleeves. I pick up a pair of sandals with heels and slide them on my feet. I still have a few minutes before it's my turn. The hairstylist creates a loose French braid and positions it so it goes over my left shoulder. My turn. I strut back out to the runway. I spot Liam, who's clapping for me. I blow him a saucy kiss and saunter on by. Models who can relate to their audiences are more successful. As I blow the kiss to my husband, the crowd cheers, and the paparazzi's camera flashes are going off almost continuously. I stop at the end, take my pose, and turn around, showing everyone just what the outfit is made of. I love outfits like this. I could live in them all day long. The showdown goes on into the early afternoon. We get a break to eat and drink something so we can keep our energy level high. I munch a salad of romaine lettuce, cherry tomatoes, croutons, and a light vinaigrette. To drink, I have sweet tea. I feel refreshed when I finish, then hurry to get my next outfit. This time, it's a crocheted skirt in ice cream colors, with a light pullover top that picks up on the salmon tone in the skirt. I walk out barefoot. Liam's eyes widen as he sees me in the outfit. "Oh, I have to buy this." He hurries backstage to find me. "Cassandra, you are doing beautifully." He grabs my hands in his and tugs me closer to him. Then he kisses me. And yes, that electricity is there again. "Go get your next design and get ready." Savoring the feel of his lips on mine, I scurry back to get my next outfit. This time, it's a lightweight summer dress with 3/4 length sleeves. It has a scoop out on the back with several short lengths of fabric sewn into a crisscross pattern. My French braid comes out, and the stylist combs my hair into large waves. I refresh my lipstick and slip into casual espadrilles. I think I'm going to buy a few of these outfits if I can. I stand by the curtain, and the stage manager pats my shoulder when it's my turn. I go back out and strut down the runway. The audience loves this dress. I draw energy from their enthusiasm and stand at the end of the runway, turning around and showing the dress from all angles. The showdown comes to an end. The new designers whose designs we wore all come out and take their bows. All of the models, including me, strut out in a row. When we get to the end of the runway, the audience cheers for the model they like the most. As I stand at the end, the cheers are almost deafening. The announcer calls out the winner. "I win!" I sneak a look at Emma. She is red-faced and scowling horribly. Who was it who asked for this challenge? She should be careful what she wishes for. I seek out my husband and send a questioning look to him. He smiles. "You did a wonderful job, Cassandra. You showed each outfit to its full potential, which is why you're the best at this job." Leslie and the other models all gather around me. They all nod at what Liam says, all except Emma, who, just as I hoped, is left red-faced with fury and maybe a little green with envy.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaire's audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 18. Cassandra. When I go into my dressing room, I stop suddenly. David's in here. Looking at him, I suspect he's drunk. I stay at the door because I don't like how he's looking at me. I refuse to step completely into the room, and I won't close the door either. Mentally, I'm going through the building's hiding places if I need to get away. There aren't very many places I can reach quickly. Maybe the front offices? David. My voice is frosty. Cassandra, I miss you and I want you back. His voice has no remorse or sadness in it. Nope, it's not gonna happen. I look at him. I make sure to communicate every bit of the disdain I feel for him. There is no love left for someone who would cheat on me. But Cassandra, please, don't look at me like that. A weak, pleading tone enters his voice. I made one mistake. Just one. Can't you forgive me? I know what his answer will be to the question I'm about to ask him. If I do, would you stay faithful? I'll do my best. I raise one eyebrow as I glare at him. Not good enough? For someone who says he misses me, your answer is pretty wishy-washy. You're not even sure that you can be faithful. How can anyone trust you? I consider asking him how many times he cheated on me, but decide not to. Knowing would probably make me lose my lunch. David, will you just get away from me? Leave me alone. I shout this one as loud as I can. Where is everybody? No, we aren't getting back together. You cheated on me with my best friend. How else do you want me to react? It's too late. I'm already married. Just go enjoy your life with Emma. I turn and leave my dressing room. When I look back, I see David is following me. That's when I realize that he will never stop pestering me and begging me to take him back again. Please, Cassandra, I'm sorry. How the hell else do you want me to display my regret? And about you being married? How do I know you didn't have Anderson on the side while we were dating? You married pretty fast after you left me. I'm not defending myself. I did nothing wrong. I don't want to see you, talk to you, or even spot you in the distance. Just go. Finally, I spot a room where I might have some protection from him. I turn and start walking as fast as I can. Damn it, he's still following me. I speed up until I'm almost running. I turn this way, that way, and another way. Still, he sticks to me like lint on my favorite dress. David, will you just leave me alone? Go away. My voice isn't quiet at this point. I'm trying to get anyone's attention so they can help me to get away from him. I hear his footsteps getting faster. He's getting closer to me. David, get away from me. He has me cornered. What are you doing? I try to push him away, but I can't move him. I smell his breath. Oh, yuck. He definitely has been drinking. David crowds me, pushing me into the wall. He grips my upper arms hard so I won't get away from him. I watch him as he draws closer to me. I do everything I can to avoid those lips. They brush against my cheek. I stomp down on his foot. Ah, you bitch. That hurt. David steps back and I run. Pushing my shoes off, I sprint as fast as I can. Leave me alone. Get away. I'm shouting now. I hear his drunken footsteps behind me. Finally, I can be grateful that I'm not too tall. I begin running faster. As I do, I keep screaming. Why is this part of the building so far away from the stage? I know that's where everyone is. Looking back, I see I'm increasing the distance between David and me, but he isn't stopping. I run in the direction of the stage. Maybe people are still there. Maybe that's why there isn't anybody backstage. From one step to the next, I feel myself pulled back as my legs fly up in front of me. Will you stop? Let me talk. David is furious. He has a death grip on my arm, and it hurts. Why won't you forgive me? I glare at my arm, then at David. He loosens his grip just a little bit. Any man who would cheat on me after asking me to marry him doesn't have much recommending that we get back together. Why me? Am I the one that got away? David's eyebrows mash together and the look in his eyes tells me he is enraged. Damn my tongue. Little bitch, you're not the one who got away. You'll see soon that I am the only one you're going to be married to. I notice that David's grip is loose enough for me to get my arm back. Oh, I don't think so, I snap. That is Liam. I wrench my arm out of his grip, whirl around, and begin running again. I raise my voice the closer I get to the stage. Help! I need help! I keep running, and I also hear more footfall pounding behind me. I run faster. Then I don't hear David running. Instead, I hear him retching. That alone makes me run even faster. Help! David won't stop chasing me. Do I hear people running toward me? Or is that my heartbeat?
Chapter 19. Liam. I hear the commotion from backstage and listen more closely. That's Cassandra's voice. I step past the curtain with a bouquet of flowers in one hand. Cassandra comes running up to me, out of breath. Is everything okay? I heard you screaming. I run my eyes over her and she regains control of her breathing. I went to my dressing room. She takes a huge breath so her breathing is more regular. David was there. He's drunk, and he kept harassing me about getting back together with him. Nothing I said made him stop. What happened here? I softly touched the darker area on her brown skin. He grabbed my arm. Kept saying that we would be back together again, even though he knows that you and I are married. My heart begins to pound loudly in my chest as I see a red mist in front of me. Slowly, I hand the bouquet of flowers to my wife. These are for you. Congratulations for the hard work you did this morning. Now I'm going to deal with this. I stalk off toward David, who has come shuffling to the backstage area. Cassandra, please, drop Anderson and get back together with me, that slimeball says. Hearing that, anger rushes through me like electric current. I haul off and punch. David, she's not going to be with you. I married her, and that's how it's staying. David punches me back, and it surprises me he can even see straight. It's on. I draw my arm back and punch him again. As he hits and shoves me, I grab both off his wrists and twirl him around. I hold his wrists painfully tight, refusing to let go. David pulls out of my grip. Liam! David! Stop fighting! We continue to throw blows. I feel the flash of a camera. Oh hell, now I'm in trouble. Seeing David's fist coming to my face, I grab it and force it away from me. Stop! Stop fighting! Cassandra's voice is hoarse, but she still manages to shout. I don't let go of David. I feel him struggling and keep my grip tight. I feel Cassandra's arms go around me. Then I feel the struggle and tension leave David's arms and let go. Oh, hell. Paparazzi. This is going to hit the scandal rags by tonight. Cassandra, I'm sorry. I lost it when I heard him asking you to get back together with him. Now, two of the stagehands get David's arms. Get him out of here. I wait until I know their grip on him is solid. Cassandra pulls me into an unoccupied room where she looks at my cuts and bruises. Oh, Liam, I'm taking you home to fix these. A security guide tells me that Emma has taken David to the hospital because of all the bruises on his face. Good. Maybe one of these bruises will stay visible and teach him not to mess around. Cassandra, I need to call my PR man. Do you want to stay here with me? She nods, and I think she's still a little scared after what David did to her. I punch the entry for my PR team and wait. Finally, someone answers. Hello, Liam? What's up? I sigh. A nasty fight between me and one of my former executives. He was harassing my wife, trying to get her to leave me and go back to him. When I heard him, well, I saw red and punched him a few times. I don't want this blowing up into a scandal that involves an innocent person. My public relations person sighs deeply, and I imagine him pinching the bridge of his nose between his fingers. Liam, you've never done that before. You couldn't control yourself? Not if you heard what he was saying to my wife, no. He was chasing her through the halls here. He cornered her in her dressing room and wouldn't stop, from what Cassandra says. Can you get those pictures out of circulation? I'll pay whatever it takes. After we hang up, I begin to wonder about how I reacted. Am I falling in love with Cassandra? I feel so protective when she's in any kind of unpleasant situation. David has no business being around her. Why don't you lie down and take a nap? I need to finish this, then we'll go home, I say to her. Cassandra nods. Today was really scary, he just wouldn't leave. I move towards her and take her hand. Come on. After she has sat down, I ask her what happened in her dressing room. He wouldn't leave. I told him to leave. He said he was sorry and wanted to get back together with me. I asked him if he would cheat on me again, if we got back together. Do you know what he said? I grit my teeth together and shake my head. Tell me. He said he would do his best not to cheat again. He doesn't want to commit to anyone. That's when I told him that my first decision was the right one. I said we aren't getting back together again. Cassandra sighs. He chased me and I started to run. I thought of a room where I could hide, and I was running to it. But he caught up to me. She rubs her upper arm. He grabbed me so hard. That's when I got scared. 2 fat tears slide down her cheeks and she gulps. I am infuriated. I gather Cassandra into my arms, feeling nothing but concern for this wonderful woman. Am I falling for my wife? Chapter 20. Liam. We're at home. Cassandra wants me to go to the hospital. No, I don't want to go there. We could end up running into Emma and David. Besides, you're doing a wonderful job, taking care of me here. Cassandra's skin gets slightly darker. She bites her lip and looks down. She shrugs and lets out a sigh. Okay, but I just hope you won't develop any infections. Nah, not likely. We got home fairly quickly. She gets busy cleaning my wounds with warm water, then putting some medicine on the cuts and bruises. Liam, I really think you need professional medical care. She leans in slightly closer as she tries to get to a cut in a hard-to-reach area. I'm not trained as a nurse. I can't take my eyes off of her as she works with a swab and a disinfectant. Ah, that stings. See, you need a professional to do this. I take her hands and shake my head. No. Again, she nervously bites her lower lip. Working with the cut that just stung, she uses a fresh swab and dabs an ointment on it. Whoa, that feels better. Are you going to put Band-Aids on them? Cassandra snickers. Oh, you'd look great at the office with Band-Aids stuck all over your face and chin. I roll my eyes. Okay, be gentle. Reluctantly, she laughs. She does make an effort to hold it back. It's the most ordinary of activities, and she makes it look like art. Now I'm sure I'm falling in love with her. No, I've been hurt worse before and lived. Besides, I love how you're taking care of me. My mind goes back over everything we've done together. In almost every instance, she has made what we were doing look like dance. She's graceful, willowy, and very serious about what she happens to be doing. Like now. She's peering at each one of my cuts, examining it, and washing it gently. If they sting, she grimaces and apologizes. I've noticed in the past that she's serious no matter what she does, She's not a woman to go wild over the latest fad. She dresses simply at home, probably because she's more comfortable that way. I inhale her scent. It's clean and unique. I've already started to associate it with her. She doesn't like perfumes that announce her presence before she's gotten into a room. For instance, she changed into her street clothes before we came home. She's wearing skinny jeans, ballet flats, and a simple long-sleeve t-shirt. She looks comfortable and beautiful. Her scent is light, like flowers. She stops what she's doing and looks straight into my eyes. Her skin grows a little darker. She is so beautiful, even when she's doing something ordinary. My God, I think I'm falling in love with her. I caress her face with one hand. She stops what she's doing for my face and she stares into my eyes. She is a real woman, down to earth and willing to give of herself. She's completely different from Eunice. Eunice wouldn't have even bothered to touch my bloody face. She would have taken me to the emergency room no matter what. I've been noticing all of these differences between her and Cassandra. I think I'm falling in love with you, Cassandra. I simply look at her, seeing her reaction. Cassandra nibbles at her lip again. I realize that she can't say anything right now. Her eyes slowly dip down to my lips and back up to my eyes. She does this a few times. She wants to kiss me. I feel like jumping up and down and dancing. Instead, I lose the tiny shreds of control I have. I pull her into my arms and begin to kiss her. I hold her petite body to mine, just enjoying the feel of her against me. My hands roam all over her back. I gently scratch my nails over the surface of her shirt, and she shivers slightly. She moans as she kisses me. I want her so much, but I'm waiting until she is ready to be with me and love me. I gather all of my resolve so that I don't push her past her boundaries. My lips move to the side of her neck, where I brush light kisses and nibble her delicate skin lightly. Again she moans. Her voice is breathless and slightly lower. I break the kiss for a few seconds. Her eyes are dark and the lids are heavy. I feel the slight puffs of air as she breathes quickly. I pull her back into my arms and kiss her again. I can't help it. I have to hold her right against me. She must feel my erection pressing against her stomach. I wait a few seconds for her reaction. She doesn't pull away. She wraps her arms more tightly around my neck and doesn't move away from my hips. Liam, I'm not ready yet. I hope I will be soon. She licks her lips and drags in a huge breath. Damn, this feels good. I'm confused. I understand, Cassandra. Whenever you're ready, I'll be here. Again, I pull her into my arms and we kiss. I want to go under her t-shirt, but she tucked it into her jeans. So I satisfy myself with running my hands all over her torso. She kisses me back, responding to my tongue touching her lips and running along the seam. Her movements are delicate, driving me mad with desire. I wrench my mouth away from hers, gasping and breathing hard. Will you accept me, Cassandra? My voice is much lower than usual. Cassandra's wary eyes look into mine. Her eyes are wide, moving side to side. She looks down. My bubble of happiness pops and falls. I'm sorry, Liam. But as of now, I just don't know what to say. She refuses to look up at me. I feel puzzled. From passionate kissing, she's unable to look at me. I see her biting her delicate lip with her teeth. I pull her back into a loose embrace and move her head to my chest, where she's able to hear my still fast-beating heart. Just take your time, then. I kiss her, pick her up, and take her to our room. Put her gently on our bed and turn off the lights.
Chapter 21. Cassandra. His arms around me feel like heaven. Every now and again, he finds my lips with his, and I melt into them. My heart and mind both agree that Liam is a caring man. He's also sincere, but I'm afraid of this step, though my body is desperate for it. My mind and my heart are arguing, while my body calls the shots, responding to him by giving him my tongue and running my hands over his strong backs and shoulders. I'm afraid this chapter is too steamy for YouTube. head over to tylawalker.com for access to all of our unabridged audiobooks, as well as our ebooks that have yet to be converted into audiobooks. Use SAVE40 as a discount code at checkout for 40% off. Where were we? Chapter 22. Cassandra. I peek an eye open and let the light of the room soak into my vision. As everything comes into focus, I see Liam smiling, staring with infatuation at me. My stomach fills with butterflies at the sight of his ruffled blonde hair and sleepy green eyes. I close my eyes again and scoop closer to his warm, taut body, tucking myself into his arm and chest. He pulls me in closer to him and rests his chin on my bed head. "Good morning, darling." I mumble a response into his chest, which elicits a raspy chuckle out of him. Then he's scooting away and getting off of the bed. Groaning, I try to pull myself closer to him, but wince when I realize I am really sore. My muscles ache from everything we did last night in that wild, swept-away, intense frenzy of passion. "Oh no, you're staying here. I'm just going to go prepare something for you," Liam says, pushing me back under the covers. His broad shoulders loom over me, and it reminds me of when he was on top of me last night. "Where are you going?" I ask, trying to snap back into the moment, but failing desperately as he lays a small kiss on my lips. "Just wait here, doll." He climbs out of bed and walks out of the bedroom. I leave my pained arms spread out wide on the bed, trying to soak up the rest of the warmth on the sheets. I must drift off again because the next time I open my eyes is when Liam's finger is running over my cheek and then over my bottom lip. "Good morning," he says and presses a kiss to my cheek. I smile at the sight of him again and sigh blissfully. "I missed you." "I'm sure I missed you most." He catches my gaze and leans over to the side table. A tray holds stacks of pancakes with different toppings, bacon, eggs, sausage, a glass of both orange and apple juice, a cup of coffee, fruit, and every breakfast item you can imagine. I sit up in bed and feel my muscles groan in agony, but I don't care. This has to be the sweetest thing anyone has ever done for me. "I know that you prefer to eat healthy, but I just couldn't help myself." I am overwhelmed, I admit. "By the choices?" He rubs his hand over his mouth and exposes his dimple. "I was afraid that would happen." No, I laugh. "By your kindness." It's his turn to blush. He kisses me softly and then sits down beside me on the bed. "What do you want to get started with?" He smiles and hovers a hand over the tray. "The coffee." I smile as he hands me the dark coffee and a handful of different miniature creamers. "Did you steal these from a gas station?" I giggle. "For you?" I dunk a hazelnut creamer inside and stir it around with a straw. I take a sip and let it overtake my senses. I feel more awake already, awake enough to go another round. "Pancakes?" he says, cutting off a triangulated section of the fluffy, syrup-covered chocolate chip pancake. I nod, and he forks a piece into my mouth. This has to be the tastiest pancake I have ever eaten. My eyes widen and roll to the back of my head. Oh my God. "It's my personal recipe," he says with an exaggeratedly smug look. I roll my eyes and use my hand to cover my full mouth. "You probably make this for all the girls you bed." He pauses and cups his hand under the fork, trying to ensure the pancake won't fall. "What? Do not compare yourself to other girls." I blink. "You are the most beautiful, sweetest girl ever. The other girls might be more jealous of you than you are of them." I bow my head. I am such a coward. Unsure and unable to be in a relationship I don't feel worthy of having. I'm not good enough for him, or pretty enough. He is probably used to more beautiful, confident women. His fingers are on my jaw. They move to my chin, tilting my face up to look at his green eyes. "You are the most amazing woman I have ever known," he says, his eyes boring into mine. I am truly the most fortunate one to have Liam Anderson fall for me. "It's just, I'm afraid," I blurt out. His eyes will be my undoing. He pulls back and raises a brow. "Afraid of what, darling?" "I'm afraid to love again. I don't think I could ever bear another heartbreak." I feel my chest tighten and my throat clench as it tries to hold in an unattractive sob. His gaze softens, and he flicks his eyes from mine to my hand. He picks it up and plants a kiss on top. "I would never hurt you, ever. You can trust me completely. You are the best thing to happen to me, Cassandra. Truly." My eyes blur with tears, but I blink them back. "But when you are ready, I am going to be here, ready to continue to give you my all. When you are ready to fall in love, let it be with me," he rasps out softly. I lean into his touch, and he catches a tear that cascades down my cheek. Later, we're sitting on his bedroom floor, folding fresh towels for the bathrooms together. "If I knew chores could be this fun with someone, I would have come to find you so much sooner," he says with a wicked grin. The one he makes when he knows a laugh from me is guaranteed. I playfully hit his shoulder, and he lets out his deep, beautiful laugh. "You are such a dork." "Your dork," he corrects. I feel my heart flutter. I stand, carrying the bunches of folded towels to his bathroom. He runs over and takes the load out of my arms. This reminds me of a towel warmer I used to have. Totally unnecessary, but nothing compared to having warm towels after a long bath. "I'll get one for your bathroom," Liam says. "You really don't have to. It's a completely unnecessary purchase." I laugh. Liam grabs my elbow and turns me around to face him. "I want you to feel comfortable here. This is your home too. Bring your things here. Make it your own," he says. His touch is reassuring, and just being with him already brings the familiarity of home. "Oh, I don't know, Liam," I say a bit apprehensively, trying not to sound too eager. Like I haven't thought of this before. "I have way too many things." He gets a glint of happiness in his eyes and rushes to the closet. "We can take all this off and remodel it." My heart swells. No one has ever been so eager to have me in their space. But I thought this was for 6 months. Do I want this? Does he want to continue to be with me if he is considering those changes? Is it too fast?
Chapter 23. Liam. I sit in my office, the smell of coffee overpowering and strong. I smirk at my phone when I see a text message from Cassandra come in. "Hope you have a great day." My stomach does a small lurch at even the sight of her name on my notifications. I run a hand through my hair and try to divert my attention back to work. My mind can't stop wandering off to Cassandra, though. There are several frantic knocks at my office door. I push back on my office chair. "Come in!" I call out, already feeling a twinge of nervousness at the tone. My secretary, Joanna, somehow storms in politely. She clears her throat and straightens her pencil skirt. "Mr. Anderson." I motion to the chair in front of my expansive glass desk. She slides in and takes a seat. "You might want to be seated for this, sir." I pull on the slacks of my thighs and sit, feeling my heart quicken. Whatever it is, it can't be good news. Joanna pushes her cat eye glasses up the bridge of her nose and takes a deep breath. "There is a new modeling agency. I'm not sure if you have heard." I raise a brow and lean forward, resting my elbows on the glass and enclosing my hands. "Who is this new modeling agency?" She takes a sharp breath. "They're called the Marolito Fashion Agency." "Okay, go on," I say, and my pulse quickens. She shifts uncomfortably in her seat. "I'm sorry, sir, but they're recruiting a lot of models from us." I feel my chest puff out, and the onset of a headache starts to form. "Excuse me?" "Yes, unfortunately their strategy and tactic are to recruit some of our best models as they offer twice the salary." She twiddles with the pen in her fingers and moves the pen behind her ear to top her nervous tick. I run my hands through my hair and exhale. Who is running this? I furrow my brows and type ferociously on my computer, pulling up contracts left and right. Oh, hell, I mutter under my breath. I turn over and smile at Joanna. Joanna, do we know who is behind this new modeling agency? She nods and reads off her clipboard. It's David. She grimaces. I feel myself shift as my blood simmers and boils. I take a shaky deep breath to gain my composure and look at Joanna. Thank you for this information, Joanna. Can you please review the contracts we have left? She stands up at attention. Yes, sir. Right away. She scurries out of the office and softly shuts the door behind her. I stare at the wall in a blind rage. I need to gain some composure before taking any action. I stare at the computer screen and sort through the applications of the models we have on file. Some of them didn't renew their contracts. Some just took their contracts and left right away with the new offer. This is beyond irresponsible and unprofessional. Just leaving a company with no real reason and no communication with the boss would undoubtedly look bad on their resumes. But I know David doesn't care. He just wants to screw with me and everything I have built. In a rage, I shut down my computer and peel off my suit jacket. The heat that is radiating off my body would warm me at the top of Everest. I toss the jacket on the chairs that sit before my desk. I sit on top of the glass desk and let my feet dangle off the edge. I stare blankly at the floor. What are we going to do? There are a ton of campaigns I need these models for. They're under contract, but apparently it's just a piece of paper to them. My eyes flick over to the calendar and spot where we have a fashion show in a week. How are we going to have a fashion show without the models? How are we going to claim we have the best, most talented models with no one to show for it? Thankfully, our best and most talented model is still with us. My eyes dart to my phone, smiling at Cassandra's name in my notifications. She's the only thing keeping me from diving off the deep end right about now. I know she will be nothing but supportive in this time. There is another knock. I turn my attention to the tall wooden door and call out to the person to come inside. Joanna slips inside, putting on her best performative smile, but I see the panic in her eyes as well. Morning, Mr. Anderson. She pauses, and her eyes dart to the floor. I can practically see her nerves bursting from her body. Again. Joanna, I say carefully. So, I regret to inform you that I do not have the best news to share with you. She fidgets with the clipboard she is clutching to her chest. Proceed anyway. I stand from the desk and move over to the front of my computer. I motion to the chairs in front of my desk. She just looks at the empty seat back up at me and takes a deep breath. You asked me to review the contracts we still have left. Correct. I try not to sound annoyed, but the anticipation is eating me alive from the inside. We lost a few minor models, the ones who are in some campaigns but do not yet have their image developed well or their own trademarks. I sigh. Okay. This is devastating, but I am eager to hear about the larger chunk we lost. Sir, we lost 20 of our big names. She twiddles a pen in her hands and gives me a sympathetic look. I nod in response. Thank you, Joanna. I tilt my head over to the door and she gets the cue. She dips her head and briskly walks out. My headache somehow grows even worse, and I feel the strain behind my eyes. I curl my fists. I feel the veins popping out in my neck. What am I going to do? There are deadlines to be met, brands to work with, partnerships that are depending on us. How do I rebuild our image? There is one thing I am certain about. David Brown will deeply regret crossing me.
Chapter 24. Cassandra. Hey, Leslie. Are you up for helping me make and distribute flyers to announce Anderson Modeling Agency is scouting for new models? You bet. We can fight fire with fire. Let's get to it. I'm thrilled Leslie is willing to step up. I get all the materials together, and we bang out copy after copy all morning long, all glossy, all upper-level professional. From afternoon and into the night, We hand out flyers to prospective girls outside the firm and around targeted parts of town where beauties are known to linger. By the time the city lights spark, Leslie and I sit down on a city bench. Our hands and bags are empty of flyers. We're beat but truly satisfied that we made a dent in the competition. I've literally worn the heels off these shoes. Will AMA reimburse me? Leslie says, rubbing her feet. Definitely. I know in my gut we're going to get new hits from this campaign. I thought Liam told you everything would turn out all right. He did, and I admire him for his confidence. But I'm not taking any chances. Manolito wants to play dirty. We won't lower ourselves to that track, but we can promote and succeed in our promotion. Our track record speaks for itself. I'll bet by tomorrow, our phones will be ringing off the hook. Does it bother you Liam pulls the strings at Anderson? Leslie looks over at me with concern. No, it's his agency after all, and I enjoy supporting him and this firm. Everything comes out in the wash. Anderson's success ends up being shared by all. True. Fair enough then. Hey, Leslie. I know this isn't the best time to ask, considering how beat we both are. But would you help me with a one-day job fair tomorrow? It's my baby. I'm running it how I see fit. I'll need an extra interviewer, and your feet can sit this one out behind a desk. How about it? Are you still game? I can sit? Okay. That I can do. We'll crush the job fair. I was wondering about the notice of a fair at the bottom of the flyer. That makes sense now. Attract them, then rope them in. Good tactic, girl. We both laugh, although even our funny bones are beat. The next day in the firm's conference room, I have interview tables and chairs set up, and promotional posters and information stands posted and positioned throughout the room. And with Leslie at my side, as well as other administration staff processing registrants, the place is humming at the stroke of 9, with a line outside around the block of eager girls. Will you look at this turnout, Leslie? It's better than I dreamed. My smile is so wide, my cheeks ache. That's no joke. It's like they're lining up for rock star tickets. Leslie flashes a toothy smile. By the time the doors open, both Leslie and I are in full interview mode. We go from girl to girl, getting down their particulars and examining their portfolios. The ones who make the mark we guide to the in-house photographer for some test shots. My mood couldn't be any more upbeat until David saunters in, and then my world crashes around me. My gut tells me he's here to sabotage the fair. I paste on a fake smile and listen to his every word, watching his moves. My, isn't this cozy? Drumming up models for your dwindling business, I gather? David pastes on a wry grin. Listen, girls. If you want a real agency, this isn't the one for you. I pull him aside and whisper, David, what the heck are you doing? Before he has a chance to answer, I text Liam. Get down here ASAP. David's here and he's making a scene, saying AMA is a lousy agency. Listen, Cassandra, I'll stop messing with your job fair if you agree to talk with me now. 5 minutes of your time. That's all I ask. I sigh and examine David's expression. It changes in an instant from smarmy to genuine. I want nothing to do with the guy, but I know how vital this job fair is to Liam's agency, so I agree to talk with him. What choice do I really have but to placate the guy so the fair doesn't implode? Fine, David. But please stop the name calling. Stop making a scene. We can talk, okay? Just settle down. Just give me a minute to arrange things with Leslie. I walk over to Leslie's table and pull her to one side. Listen, I have to humor this guy so he doesn't ruin our prospects here today. Can you hold down the fort while I talk with David? Are you sure that's a wise move? You know how desperate he is to get you back? Maybe not the wisest move, but I can't have him walking around here scaring off our perspectives, can I? I'll placate him. Then he can move off, and we can finish this fair on a high note. Leslie grabs both my arms. I can tell she's not liking this one bit. Cassandra, I'm against you going anywhere with this man. My spidey sense is up. You don't know what he'll do next if he's willing to sabotage this fair? Listen, I won't be long. We'll probably hit some quiet place to talk. What does that jerk want from you now? I don't know. It's probably some lame excuse in another begging session urging me to go back with him. I know this tune. I've heard it countless times before. I know how to play this record, and it does not affect me. Don't worry, Leslie. I won't be long. Leslie sighs. She lets go of my arms and offers a weak smile. Okay, but you come right back. If I don't see your face in this room soon, I'll call out the cavalry. I laugh. Yes, ma'am. I fake salute, give her a quick hug, and walk away. Chapter 25. Cassandra. I walk out with David, but when he turns his head to wave down a taxi, I switch my location beacon on my phone in case he tries something fishy, so Liam can easily find me. It's insurance I hope I don't need, but I will not go without it either. At this point, I trust David as far as I can throw him. Where are we going, David? This can't take all day. I'm running a job fair you tore me out of, remember? David smiles sweetly. I don't buy the smile. Yes, of course, Cassandra. I'm taking us to a quiet place to talk is all. Don't worry. The longer you take getting into the car, the longer this goes. I exhale, smile, and get in. What else can I do? I need this guy to stop interfering in my life and stop ruining the business for Liam. The taxi soon stops in front of the hotel from our romantic past. My eyes pop. I'm not expecting this. David, what's your game? Why are we here? At a hotel? I'm about to lean forward and tell the taxi driver to take me back when David pulls on my arm. No, don't go, Cassandra. It's nothing weird I have planned. Just a bite at our favorite restaurant while we hash over things. Honest. I exhale. I agree to David's plan, but I don't lower my defenses. He's done this song and dance before. Fine, a quick bite to eat, then I have to get back. You know that. We walk into the grand foyer. David takes me by the arm. It makes me feel squeamish, but I don't fight the gesture. We head into the restaurant. It's packed, as usual. David talks to the maitre d'. He's obviously made a reservation. David is always the man to think of everything and assume everything about me. It unnerves me. He makes me angry. But I tell myself to stay cool. The quicker I can humor this guy, the better. The maitre d' leads us to our usual table. The crystal sparkles under the chandelier light. David pulls out a chair next to his. I decline and select the chair opposite him. David grins and doesn't put up a fight. The server stands at the ready to take drink orders. 2 martinis, please, both painfully dry, says David. I shake my head no and look up at the server. No, none for me. An iced tea, please. I'm in no mood for a drink, and even if I were, it's lunch. I have a business fair to run, and I need my head on straight to deal with whatever David is about to say. My stomach does flip-flops. I twiddle my thumbs under the table, waiting for the onslaught of endless excuses and explanations. I know if David wants to talk, it's never anything small. Once the server leaves, David leans forward and tries to take my hand across the table. I keep my hands on my lap where they belong. He pulls his back, thankfully. Okay, I can see you're all business today. Fine, I'll get straight to the point. Please do, David. David reaches into his blazer breast pocket and pulls out a legal contract. I recognize the sky blue cover his lawyer always uses. Cassandra, this contract offers you 3 times your current salary. I don't care. I'm telling you no. You haven't even heard the details of the contract yet? David, you just don't get it, do you? I will never betray Liam and Anderson. If this is all you wanted, I'm out of here. I stand up to go, and David jumps up to block my path. I look around to see if the restaurant goers are watching us. So far, so good. I don't want to cause a scene, but I want rid of this guy. His face is no longer serene and welcoming. His expression is severe, hostile. A small part of me feels fear. Nevertheless, I hold my ground, barely. You turn your nose up at my offer, huh? It's 3 times your already hefty salary. David, listen and listen good. I don't care if it's 10 times my current salary. You already have Emma. She's stunning. We both know that. She can be your agency's top model. By now, all the guests are listening intently to our feud, putting their knives, forks, and cocktail glasses down. I can feel their eyes on us. My face grows hot, more out of rage than embarrassment. David is way out of line, and he knows it, but he keeps pushing. I slide past David and head for the hotel doorman, as fast as my feet will allow to order a cab. I can feel his heels on me, but I don't stop, and I don't look back. Approaching the turnstile glass and brass doors, I see there's already a cab idling outside, so I bypass the doorman to scoot outside and get right in. Anderson Modeling Agency, please. This guy is stalking me. Go. The taxi driver throws the car into gear and burns rubber, squealing the tires out of the entrance. As we tear off into the bustling traffic, I turn my head to look back out the rearview window. I see David rushing out after me. He puts up his hands as if to ask why, and I see him shake his head. For the time being, he's out of my hands. I only hope it stays that way. On the way back to the agency, I fume in the cab. The gall, the unmitigated gall David has. And such arrogance. Thinking he can lure me back with mere cash. What did I ever see in that guy? Or back then, did he put on a fake persona for me? I dodged a bullet there. Through the lane switching and the honking of endless horns, I sit in the cab staring straight forward, praying this is the last I'll ever see of David Brown. A part of me fears my prayer might not be heard.
Chapter 26. Liam. Can you get this lawsuit off the ground today, Hiram? The motion is an easy one. I'll get my paralegal on it right away, and it should be filed with the Southern District of New York by the end of business today, he replies. I exhale. Hiram, I don't know what I'd do without you and your legal team. David Brown has gone too far this time. He has to be stopped. I completely agree. You let a shyster like that get away with stealing models once, he'll do it again. I've handled cases like this before. And if you don't nip it in the bud, well, I've seen agencies file Chapter 11 because of it. You're making the sound choice here, Liam. This is a slam dunk case. I've had enough. I instructed my corporate lawyer, Hiram Swaddle, to file a lawsuit against David Brown for poaching our clients, many of which are taken in breach of their contract. I can't do anything about the ones whose contracts had expired, but I can get David where it hurts, in his wallet, for stealing my models still under contract. And more than anything, after the stunt he pulled with Cassandra the other day, trying to steal her back personally and professionally, it's definitely payback time. I might have looked the other way initially, but cornering Cassandra like he did, no more. That's a bridge too far. Over the coming weeks, after Cassandra's successful flyer promotional and job fair, Anderson Modeling Agency has a bevy of new seedlings to develop. I keep my eye on Cassandra when I can, and I see her doing a phenomenal job with the new recruits, putting them through their paces, getting them up to speed with AMA's expectations and bars of excellence. I also keep an eagle eye on David. Leakers from inside the firm tell me the agency is bleeding money and models. David stole ours but has done nothing with them, and so they end up walking. He's making all the decisions in the firm now, I hear, and all of them are highly detrimental. David is acting like he doesn't care. He fought the big fight to tear me and my agency down, but when it didn't happen, he gave up. Or is it when he didn't get Cassandra back on his side, he gave up? The good news about David's bad news doesn't have me celebrating just yet. I know you could never underestimate his prowess in the industry. David has been around for a long time, He still holds a lot of sway with influencers in the business, especially in New York. A part of me is thrilled he's bleeding money and models, but another part of me is saying, Liam, hold your horses. The fat lady hasn't sung yet. My reverie on the situation abruptly stops when I hear raised voices in the outer office. I walk out of my office and see Emma. I see her getting into Cassandra's face, making digs, defending the indefensible in David Brown's offer. Cassandra, have you lost your mind? You turned down David's gigantic offer and then you ran out on the guy? What the hell were you playing at? Emma, you weren't there. David was acting super weird. He pulled me out of the job fair and took me to a hotel. He knew that would pull heartstrings, hurt me. And the cherry on top of the icing was his offer of that wild contract as long as I came back to him. You mean, come to Manolito? Really, Emma? You naively think that's what he meant? I wasn't born yesterday, you know. I know you have to read between the lines with David. Coming to his agency means coming back to him. You know that, and I know that. So your wily plan was to diss him right there in the middle of a public restaurant where everyone can see. Like you're kicking a horse when it's down. Trust me, Emma, that wasn't my intention at all. We could have had that discussion at Anderson in a quiet room. It was David's idea to sweep me away to a public spot. And you know David as well as I. He never takes no for an answer, and he never knows when to stop. I had to make a scene in order to get out of there. He wouldn't let me go otherwise. Well, I, for one... Emma, listen. You know I'm not leaving Anderson. I work for Liam. End of story. And I'm proud to work here. It was dumb on David's part to think I would. In his crazy brain, I guess he thought a Hail Mary pass had promise. Sad, really. I hear enough of the back and forth and march up to the women to break up the party. I pull both of them into a corner so the entire office can't overhear. In a hushed tone, I speak. Emma, what the hell are you doing? Why are you putting your beak into things not concerning you? Liam, hi. Listen, I was only wondering why. I don't care what you were wondering. To confront Cassandra like this, in front of everyone in the office, no less, is highly unwarranted and unprofessional. I'm putting you on warning. Never confront Cassandra like this again, or I'll fire you on the spot. You hear? This kind of childish behavior has no place at Anderson or in our private lives as well. How dare you threaten me? How dare I? After what you've said and done, you're still damn lucky to have a job around here, Emma. And after what I initiated today in the way of legal proceedings, there won't be an agency for anyone to go to under David's leadership. Monolito will be a thing of the past, Emma. I'll wipe it off the face of the earth. Nobody steals models from me and threatens and coerces Cassandra and gets away with it. You're joking. Really, Emma. You just try me. I watch her turn on her heels and go. Are you okay? Cassandra smiles warmly at me. Yeah, sure. I've been through worse in this industry. I know Cassandra is putting on a face for me. Emma, after all, was once her best friend. But I leave it for now and I return to my desk. I have lawsuit papers to file against David Brown and the Manolito Modeling Agency to protect Anderson and dear Cassandra, too. Chapter 27. Liam. Cassandra and I produce a grand fashion show to showcase our new models and to put Anderson back on the world stage as the premier modeling agency out of the Big Apple. On the face of it, the show is a way of offering a unique challenge to the employees and models. Privately, it's a way of thumbing my nose at David and his illegal ways of trying to bring my agency down. Cassandra rents out the biggest ballroom in town. It's our goal to rival the Met Gala in class and cash. Cassandra, I mean it. Pull out all the stops. Money is no object when it comes to this show. I want to tell the world we're back on top, and we intend to stay there. But the floral arrangements alone are coming in like a house mortgage. I don't care. I want the best of everything. Michelin-starred chefs, the best NYC servers, the best of the best. Make sure you get the roadies who do the Milan Fashion Week for the catwalk, will you? Cassandra laughs and shakes her head at me. I'm on it, Liam. But you had better not gripe at me when the bills start flooding in. I walk up to Cassandra and put my hands on her arms to look deeply into her rich brown eyes. Bills. What bills? Now make modeling magic. Before I do, can you let me in on your plan? What do you hope to gain from this extravaganza? Big clients scout big shows. I want to prove to the modeling world we can easily match whatever Europe has going on and more. A few big names and Anderson will be set for life. We'll be set for life. We? I smile. You know what I mean. The day of the show, everyone, including me, is running around putting finishing touches on the venue and answering 2 phone calls at once. I arrive early in the morning at the ballroom and everything is in place. I see Cassandra hard at work with her personal assistant. She's ticking to-dos off her clipboard list. Her diligence makes me smile. How are we doing? Will we be ready in time for tonight? Ready and raring. The venue is almost ready, and I've got the models coming in at 4. Makeup and dress fitters are already in back, setting up the dressing area. Are you leading or anchoring the show as our premiere model? Anchoring. Fewer emergencies near the end so I can handle the front. Once I go on, it's celebration time. No more fires to be put out. Good thinking. Is this where I tell you to break a leg? Cassandra smiles at my wit. Yes, and if we're lucky, I'll break 2 and Anderson goes stratospheric. We both laugh. Cassandra gives me a light hug. I wish for more, but I know this isn't the right time. I head back to the office to put out any financial fires. The next time I enter the ballroom, I'll be in my tux, ready to shine to prospective clients, just like the show. After Cassandra's last to-do is checked off, the ballroom is left alone. I see Emma walk in with a strange man, seemingly taking advantage of the vacant room. Listen, will this be enough for you to do what I ask? Yep. More than enough, lady. How do you want me to sabotage the stage? Can you go up into the lighting rack and loosen one of the heavy Klieg lights, but link it to a backstage rope, so that'll only fall when the rope is pulled? For this amount of dough, I'd send the light to the moon. What you want done is easy. Will only take me a few minutes. Perfect. Now pay attention. I do not want to kill anyone. I just want it so a certain model can't model anymore. You get my drift? 100%, lady. Oh, and one more thing. I need you to deactivate all the CCTV cameras in this room, too. Front and backstage, got it? Sure. That'll do for free. The rigger flashes an evil smile and my blood runs cold. I know it's my wife she's talking about. Emma smiles and wipes her hands together. I know this because I catch her and the rigger on my laptop. Downing all the CCTV cameras in the place is moot, as I have secret cameras installed front and back of the stage. Nothing will be left to chance, not when it comes to this show and to my wife. All week long I had a feeling David or Emma, or both, would try something. Boy, I can't believe I was right. I gaze down at my multiple screens. I see the rigger climb to the lighting grid and see which Klieg light he loosens. It's the one right over the end of the catwalk. I watch Emma on another screen. She's watching the rigger do his thing, and by her expression, she's loving every devious minute of it. Well, well, Emma. Looks like it's time to teach you a little lesson. You're trying to maim my wife so she can no longer model. Then, my dear, you're going to have to pay. One way or the other, my friend, you're going to pay. My secret monitoring system pays off, right in front of my eyes in real time. I hit the replay on the footage to make sure I've seen and heard correctly. Sadly, nothing surprises me. I got every action and every word. I knew this could be a risk David and Emma might take. Turns out my intuition hit the mark. For Cassandra, I'm heartbroken. I can't believe it has come to this. I expect this from David. It shocks me, however, that Emma goes this far. Power, money, prestige. Something has got to her and made those things more important than her friendship with Cassandra. I know this will come as such a shock to my wife, but better knowing than not in the end. My secret cameras have already saved the agency and Cassandra. All that's left is payback, and payback is always a bitch.
Chapter 28. Cassandra. Almost time. I peek out behind the stage curtain and see the ballroom is packed. Celebrities, social media influencers, fashion scouts, modeling big wigs, and paparazzi fill the room. Champagne flows in sparkling flutes at the many mini bars, and a pianist at a baby grand plays easy listening tunes for the right ambience. Everything is going to plan, I assure myself. I hold my heart in my throat, but know I've done all there is to do to make it a stellar hit. The master of ceremony, Anderson's promotional director, takes the mic as the fashion show begins. After holding my breath all week, I'm about to exhale when a storm comes my way in the form of Emma Bardot walking toward me backstage. I keep on holding my breath as I know nothing good these days comes from a meeting with my so-called best friend. By her expression, I know she's not here to wish me well. Looks like you've taken care of everything. Haven't you, bestie? Too bad, actually, as I fear this will be your last fashion show. Emma crosses her arms and throws me a wry smile like she knows something I don't. I smile back, but I'm playing 20 questions in my head. What is up with this woman? I thought I knew her once. I don't recognize her at all these days. What's she talking about? This being my last show? Emma, I seriously think your Christmas light string is short a lit bulb. It's obvious you're either pulling my leg or you're delusional. Oh, I assure you I'm not delusional, Cassandra. Far from that. Well, your wires are crossed if you think I'm bowing out of this business now. I have no plans to stop directing fashion shows for Anderson Modeling. I will never resign, despite what David wants. And I have no plans to stop modeling now or in the foreseeable future. I don't know what you're on about. I cross my arms over my chest and furrow my brows to let her know two can play at this silly game. At least on my end, I mean business. Well, I guess only time will tell. Right, bestie? None of us know what the future holds, right? We could get hit by a bus or something else. You never know. Break a leg, dear. You deserve it. Emma walks away, laughing and flipping a backhanded wave. I look at Emma trailing away and notice her laughter is witchy, devious. I sense something is off, but can't quite put my finger on it. I've known her long enough to know she's planning something, but what the something is, I haven't a clue. I end up worrying for nothing as the show goes on without a hitch. The audience is enraptured. Orders are flowing. I see Liam in the distance wrangling deals with prospective clients. Time flies, and soon it's my turn to hit the catwalk as the anchor model. As I hitch up my zipper and prepare to walk out, my PA comes running up to me. There's been a slight order change, Cassandra. Liam's orders. Okay. I thought I was anchoring. We did too. It's Leslie who's going out instead. I raise my eyebrows and throw up my hands. Liam is the owner of Anderson. It's his call. I watch from stage right as Leslie goes out. She's wearing a full-length gown with a draping hood. Over her shoulders is a faux stole, and she's wearing elbow-length evening gloves. I'm shocked by her look. Leslie is covered with material from head to toe. The body-hiding outfit is nowhere on my list. Liam changes the fashion lineup too. His choice makes no sense, but I go with it. There's not much I can do at this point. I watch Leslie walk down the catwalk, but she stops way ahead of her mark. She's supposed to walk to the end, do a twirl, take several poses, and return. She's at least 10 feet shy of her mark. Now I'm really confused. I turn around to ask my PA what's going on when there's a tremendous crash. I run to the curtain, peek out, and see a Klieg light fixture bent and broken. Smoke eschews from the metal and glass. It fell right at the end of the catwalk. I rush out onto the stage. Leslie, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. That light has seen better days, though. Was that? Yes, Cassandra. That light was rigged to fall. Is that why you took my place and why you were dressed in that getup? Yes, but it's all okay now. No one got hurt. Oh my God, is that what she meant? I realize. Who meant? Oh, nothing. Forget it. I might be wrong. I'm sure I'm wrong. Just then, my talk with Leslie is cut short by the sound of wailing sirens. Police cars, by the dozens it sounds, are coming closer to the venue we're in. Before I can put it all together, I see Liam walk to the Master of Ceremonies podium and take the mic. I'm more confounded when I see he's not shocked or confused like me. He's dead calm. Ladies and gentlemen, due to unforeseen events, the Anderson Modeling Agency fashion show is postponed until further notice. Please leave your seats and file outside immediately. Thank you for your understanding. At Liam's last word, I hear a scuffle below me. The first line of catwalk chairs is thrown left and right. It's Emma. She is fighting to break free from the tight audience line, and I see her racing for the left fire exit door. Doors bang everywhere. At every entrance, police with their guns drawn flood into the ballroom and chase down Emma. Emma reaches the door, but the bar handle is locked. She struggles to wrench it open, but fails. 2 officers catch her fleeing, and they cuff her on the spot. I can't believe my eyes. As they escort her out of the room, she walks past. Emma glares at me. If glares could kill, I'd be dead. All I know is, Emma isn't laughing now.
Chapter 29. Liam. It's been 5 months since knowing this woman. My life has changed forever, and so have I. What started out as a way of getting revenge on the people that hurt us has developed into something more real than either of us could have imagined. That's why I've made it my mission to show Cassandra that this is meant to be. Over the months, though, I've wanted to destroy David and that vile woman who called herself my wife's best friend. I've still found myself thankful that they brought us together, just like Cassandra said to me that day at the hotel bar. I can still see her face as she came to the realization that we would have the last laugh, and though it's not necessarily what drew me to her, I still knew somewhere that this was a woman after my own heart. Cassandra seems soft and gentle, and she is. But there's also a tigress under that calm and extremely beautiful exterior, a creature that will fight for what's important to her. In that sense, we are the perfect match because I would also do the same, which is why I am determined to fight now, for her love, for our marriage, and for our life together. As the 6-month mark approaches, I feel the urgency swell inside me. So much drama and chaos has threatened to throw us off course. But what I'm hoping will happen is that we'll be swept up in the current and delivered safely to dry land. She's been so badly betrayed that it can't be easy to trust anyone again, certainly not with her heart. But she has mine, and now I have to prove to her that I can be trusted with hers. However damaged it is, however bruised and battered by recent events, however misused it's been by the people who should have loved her, that's my job now, and I'm determined to do it. "Thank you for the flowers," she says when she gets home from her shoot tonight. "There's more where they came from," I say, pointing to the display on the dining table. "Liam, you shouldn't have," she says. "It's getting to be too much. You've been sending them for the past 3 weeks now." "A man can send his wife flowers," I say. "It's his prerogative. Now I hope you're hungry because I've cooked way too much here." These days, if I'm home before her, I always make sure to prepare something nice. "Seriously," she says, stepping towards me as I hold out a spoon for her to taste the sauce I've prepared. "Oh, wow, that's so good." It heartens me to see her respond like this, just knowing that I can look after her. I can show her how much I appreciate her and the life we've been building together, even if it was based on falsehoods to begin with. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. That's what they say, isn't it? I ask. "I believe so," she says, still savoring the sauce. "So what's the way to a woman's then?" She swallows and looks down, and I don't push any further as I know it's hard for her. Sometimes I wish I wasn't so upfront with things like this, but it's hard changing the habit of a lifetime, though I really am trying my best not to pile the pressure on. "I know it's hard, Cass. I know you've been through so much, and don't ever want to feel the way that you did when he did that to you. But I need you to know that I never would. She looks at me with eyes filled with sorrow, and I take her face in my hand. You can trust me. You don't get it, she protests. It's not just about trusting you. It's about trusting me. Do you even know what it does to you to feel like you can't trust yourself? That you've missed the most obvious things about a person? That you're so stupid? It kills me to hear her talk like this about herself. Stop it. You're not stupid. You are anything but stupid. You're kind, intelligent, fierce, and beautiful. You're everything I never knew ever existed. Everything I never knew I wanted in a woman. A single tear rolls down her cheek and I catch it with my thumb. Let's eat, I say. Just let me look after you. It'll be okay. I promise. We sit down for dinner, hardly saying anything but comfortable in the silence. Over the months, I've thrown everything at her to try and win her love. From flowers every day at home in the agency, to serenading her at one of her shows. The look on her face that night was one of shock. Despite the crowd clapping and cheering, she was speechless, unable to talk. Maybe those aren't the things that really matter to her, and what she needs now. Gestures can be empty, though the ones I've been showering her with certainly haven't been. What Cassandra needs is to feel real, honest, true love. It's a love that I feel for her now. I just need to wait, be patient, and hope that she can see and receive it. I can sense the guilt she feels for not returning these feelings, but I respect where she is with it. I can only hope that one day she will accept my love, because I'm planning on marrying this woman properly, and I want nothing more than for her to feel the same way. Even though I haven't told her, I've already started to put things in place, and the thought of it not working out is unbearable. We're meant to be together. She must see this by now, even if she doesn't want to admit it to herself or to me, because the walls around her heart are so high. It's only natural given what she's been through, but I'm desperately aware that each day the clock is ticking. Before we know it, 6 months will be here, and so will the end of our agreement.
Chapter 30. Cassandra. I sit in my office, twirling around in my chair. My inbox is overflowing, and my phone is ringing off the hook. But I can't think, at least not on business. My mind is flooded with emotions, thoughts, but everything is personal, and everyone is Liam Anderson. I gaze out my plate glass window at the New York skyline. The world buzzes all around me, but I feel like I'm standing still. Liam cares for me greatly. I know that with my heart and soul, but here I am, unable to talk right or act right around him. What's worse, I can't seem to reciprocate his affections. Liam, to my embarrassment and shame, bends over backwards to prove his love for me with gestures and gifts, not to mention his undying patience. Yet with everything he says and does, I stay mum. Why do I still have so many doubts? I'll grab Leslie. She's got the art of listening down to a science in this place. I leave my office and search for Leslie, finding her in the break room. I walk up beside her and pour myself a coffee. I don't want a coffee, but I feel I need an excuse. Hey, girlfriend, would you have a moment to chat? Sure, what about? Could we take our coffees up to the rooftop garden? Yeah, I could do with a whiff of fresh air. I always get so sleepy by the mid-afternoon. But instead of fresh air, New York air will do. Is this something important? Kind of. I cast my gaze on the other employees in the room, and Leslie gets the hint. We take the elevator to the top, and through the double glass doors, find the Anderson Agency Oasis. It's a rooftop glassed-in conservatory, 2 stories high and building wide, with tropical plants, palm trees, babbling brooks, and swooshing waterfalls. Throughout the glassed-in microcosm, there are park benches and tables nearby where employees can sit or work while calming the soul. It's my favorite spot in the entire building. It gives a person a place to think without prying eyes or ears. We grab a bench near the main waterfall. We each take sips of our coffees. I can tell Leslie is waiting for me to begin. I inhale and voice my fears, hoping none of what I'm about to say will sound silly. Leslie? Yeah? It's about Liam. I figured it was. Did he do something good or bad? That's the thing. He's doing everything right. Aw, I hate when that happens. Leslie flashes me a smirk. Funny, I'm being serious here. Or I'm trying to. Okay, spill it. What do you mean he's doing everything right? If a guy does everything right, I see no problem. Of course, I've never met a guy like that for myself, but you know what I mean. Well, Leslie, you must have noticed his affection for me. You'd have to be blind not to notice, Cass. Well, I'm not trying to be ungrateful, but I can't seem to reciprocate. I appreciate all of his loving gestures, but I can't seem to act on them myself. I'm tongue-tied when I'm around him, and I second-guess every move he makes. What's wrong with me? I'm no expert, but I'd say a good dose of PTSD from being with David. Who wouldn't second-guess a man's affections after what he put you through? I sigh. Yeah, I guess you're right. Listen, girl, if you feel the same way as Liam, then you need to accept what he's offering. You can't measure every man by David's low standards. Thankfully, men like that are still the exception to the rule. So, you think I should drop my doubts and jump? Heck, yes. The only person who is delaying the happily ever after part is you, Cass. Don't ruin your marriage to Liam living in the past. Leslie bumps my shoulder and gives me a wink. I laugh. I feel like a silly schoolgirl for having such unfounded fear. We sit for a while and listen to the waterfall, gushing and splashing, the luxurious sound filling the void. I breathe in and breathe out and wash away my doubts and fears. I know in my mind, Liam has been nothing but a complete gentleman and a wonderful husband, even if it only counts on paper. The 6 months flew by, the ups, the downs, and the incredible lovemaking too. It's been a dream. Liam wants it to be real. I want it to be real. I drink the last of my coffee, and we head back downstairs. Leslie has been such a good friend to me lately. Far better a friend than Emma, who, in the end, wasn't a friend at all, merely a frenemy with a hidden agenda, which revolves around what she can get from people. As we stand in the elevator and watch the floors fall, I look over at Leslie and admire her more and more. She is a true friend. Liam is a true lover. From now on, I need to recognize and cherish truth when I see it. Grasp it with both hands and never let go. The doors open, and Leslie and I part. I head back into my office, sit down in my chair, and look down at my workload. It won't take. The figures and information won't hold in my head. It's Liam all the time. I give up again, twirl my seat to face the plate glass windows, and I gaze out at the world, rocking back and forth in my chair as if the movement will somehow order my thoughts. I remember back to my first meeting with Liam's mother. By her words and actions, she made it abundantly clear I didn't pass the test when it came to her precious boy. My thoughts become circular and fear rears its ugly head. When it comes down to it, Cass, you're just too scared about everything to do with Liam. Maybe David has scarred me for life with all men. This fake marriage has been such a whirlwind, and the blossoming romance between us has been a whirlwind too. It all seems so reckless and it's moving too fast. I need my world to slow down. Please slow down. Chapter 31. Cassandra. Today is the last day of our 6-month marriage agreement, and the sadness is eating me whole. I love Liam, but I need to love myself more. So I'm going to live without him. I can never have a life that's completely happy because his mother refuses to accept me. She still insists that she wants him to marry Eunice, even though she cheated on him. Not to mention I still can't trust men, any man. I'm afraid to trust even Liam because he might cheat on me too. I don't want to lose my self-respect. I did this when I was with David. That's why I refuse to let any man do that to me, ever again. I'm at Liam's home. For this last night that I will be with him, I am making a special dinner for the two of us. Grilled salmon, baked potatoes, salad, and green beans. For dessert, I have a beautiful fruit tart. I went out this morning to buy it. Liam gets home at about 6. He's happy, giving me a long kiss on my lips. I kiss him back because I love him. I wish I could just stop loving him. Wow, everything smells delicious. What are you making? I smile. Grilled salmon, baked potatoes, green beans, and a beautiful dessert. I think you'll like it. I turn to look into his beautiful green eyes. My heart cracks in one spot. I turn back to the food before he sees me trying not to cry. Liam wraps his arms around me and pulls me against his body, just for a few minutes. Build up all the memories you can. I love you, Cassandra. I nod. I love you too, even though I can't make myself trust you. He runs upstairs to change into casual clothing. I hear the water running in the bathroom sink. He must be washing his face and running the water through that beautiful blonde hair. He does have that habit of refreshing himself like that when he comes home. I love seeing sparkling droplets of water in his hair. Tuck this away as another memory. Before he comes back downstairs, I sniff back a few tears and take a deep, steadying breath. Tonight has to be your best acting job. Leave him a few good memories as well. I know he loves me because he's shown me so many times, but my stupid head won't let me trust him. Need any help in here? Liam is sweet like that. Maybe get the wine glasses down. I have a bottle of white wine there. Everything else is done. I pull the sizzling salmon steaks off the stovetop grill. I poke at them. Perfect. Next, I remove 2 large baked potatoes from the oven, and I squeeze them. Good. They are baked through. Liam takes the plates and puts the food on them. He tests the beans and adds butter to them, stirring it into the beans. Then, he scoops some onto our plates. I make sure that we have all the condiments we'll need on the dining room table. Liam opens the wine so it can breathe. For now, we'll drink iced tea. Man, this looks so delicious. Liam raises shining eyes to me. His smile is wide. I can't look at him for too long or I'll break down. Thanks. I decide not to mention the significance of the day. My heart won't last if I do. Why are you so happy? We made it to the 6-month mark. We succeeded. Oh, Liam, why did you have to say it? I can't say anything, so I try to smile. Instead, it feels like my mouth is wide open for the dentist to work on my teeth. We eat dinner, and I actually finish almost all of my food, to my surprise. I'll get the dessert. Do we need plates and forks? Come to think of it, yes. How was your day? I ask. Keep the conversation on ordinary topics. It might be working. I don't feel like I'm going to cry and blubber all over the place. It went well, though I missed your presence. Thank you. What did you do? Signed a contract with a new model, firmed up plans for our next show, missed you. Spoke with 2 models who are falling short on their commitment to the agency, missed you, and ate at my desk. My mouth falls open. More model problems? What are they doing or not doing? They show up late to work, come in high, and Candace picked a fight with another model. He looks thunderous, but it certainly is a distracting topic to focus on, instead of my breaking heart. At bedtime, Liam carries me upstairs. I want him. I want to be with him my whole life, but I can't. I take his clothes off, and he removes mine. We fall into bed, and I make slow love to him. I try not to cry knowing that it is the last time. Liam is lying on his back, with his arm around my shoulders. His fingers trace light circles on my arm. I lie so close to him that my entire body is pressed against him. I wrap my arm around his middle and just hold on. I love you so much, Cassandra. I swallow. I close my eyes. I love you too. It's the truth, and it hurts so much. He just made it so hard for me to leave. It's better that I break both of our hearts now, before something happens and he breaks mine. Somehow I manage to fall asleep, but I can't stay asleep. I wake up, still holding Liam. I hear his soft, deep breaths. I'm going to miss all of this. I close my eyes, trying to find sleep again. Instead, I begin to cry. I keep it as quiet as I can, because I can't let him know that I'm sad for a specific reason. So I spend most of the night just saying goodbye to him.
Chapter 32. Liam. As soon as I'm awake, there is a smile on my face, undeniably caused by the brightest thing in my life, Cassandra. I pull my arms over my head and stretch, feeling a bit achy from all we did yesterday. There is never a dull moment with her, and that includes the bed as well. However, she is so much more than sex. She is to be adored, praised, and admired. She is a wonderful woman. I'm sure she sees that in herself, and I know for certain she must feel how right things are between us. I let my eyes finally open, and they take some time to adjust to the brightness of our shared bedroom. As everything comes into focus, my eyes land on the empty spot next to me. I raise an eyebrow and squint, but she is definitely not there. I sit up in my bed. A dull ache comes over me and settles in my stomach. I get up and throw on a discarded shirt that lies at the end of the crumpled bed sheets. I go to the bathroom thinking she will be there, and she is not. I ruffle my hair in the mirror, then brush my teeth. The feeling of anxiousness still sits on my chest like an elephant, but I walk out of the bedroom ready to face whatever is happening. I walk into the kitchen and my eyes immediately land on Cassandra. She's wearing an oversized t-shirt and sweatpants. Her hair is tied back into the cutest low bun. I finally feel relaxed at the sight of her leaning against the countertop, staring out the window that overlooks the city. She turns around when she hears me come in, and she clutches the fresh coffee to her chest. Her brows are knitted together, and that dread instantly returns. I pull a stool from the island and take a seat in front of her, but she just sighs and makes her way to the living area. "Cassandra," I call after her. I rush to follow her and sit on the opposite sofa facing her. She sits staring intently at the cup of coffee like the words will magically appear in the foam. "Please, talk to me," I say, and sit at the edge of the couch. I know our arrangement has technically ended, but I'm terrified of what she has to say. You have been nothing but sweet to me, but Cassandra, no. I run my hands over my face and rake them through my hair. I can't. I want to get a divorce. Please, I rasp. Like we planned, she manages to get out. My heart aches and my head spins. No, I don't accept. My voice sounds muffled through my hands. We have to, she says as she scoots up to the edge of the sofa. No, we really don't have to, I refute. We only planned it for 6 months anyway, and God, Cassandra, I groan. Everything happened so fast, and we barely even know each other, Cassandra protests weakly. Barely know each other? My heart breaks, like she knows that would hurt me. Yeah, it has only been 6 months. After everything we have been through? My voice strains. After everything we did and everything we felt, we barely know each other. She just nods solemnly. Look, you got what you wanted. You proved that you can get any girl you want. And for me, I proved I can live without David and that I don't have to depend on anyone. Baby, that is not what this is about. This goes way deeper than having something to prove. You know this is worthwhile and hard to find. I am set in my decision, Liam, she says, but her eyes get glassy and wet. Did I do something wrong? I say, growing more pained by the second, the agony spreading from my heart through my chest. The dread in my stomach mingles with the anxiety I feel. I hate that my intuition and gut knew before I did. She shakes her head. What is wrong about us? Are we not okay? Do you not enjoy our time together? She just stares at me and lets out a frustrated, choked sob. Did I do something? Baby, we can talk about this and work it out. My eyes soften, though I feel them stinging with tears too. She just shakes her head more quickly. Did you want me to change? I can do that for you. You have to understand that I will do anything and everything for you, Cassandra. Trust me, I say quickly. She just brings her hands to her face and shakes her head. No. I see Cassandra's eyes grow misty, and she bats her lashes. Look, David really did a number on me, she says, letting out a small huff. I get up and move to sit next to her on the couch. I slide in close and lift my hand to her jaw. I am not David. You are defined by so much more than your relationship with him, I say, catching an escaped teardrop. You have been through so much, and you have lived, and you learned, and you know your worth, I reassure her. She meets my gaze and stares intently in my eyes. My breath hitches in my throat, and I feel her warmth seeping back into me. My Cassandra, please think about the divorce. My mind is made up. She takes a sharp inhale and walks to the front door. I am left there frozen and speechless. I quickly stand and follow her to the front foyer. Cassandra, please, I say, and it almost comes out in a whimper. She turns to me with pity written all over her face and sad eyes. She holds the door with one hand and has her keys in the other. I'm sorry. My decision is final. She gently shuts the door behind herself and leaves. Just walks out of my life. I know for certain I need Cassandra in my life. I know she feels this too. Whatever is stopping her can be solved. There is a solution for everything, right? Chapter 33. Liam. I sit at the local coffee shop just 10 minutes from our home. I haven't seen or heard from Cassandra in 2 days, and it has been the longest 2 days of my life. I stare intently at the steam rising from my bitter black coffee that seems to encompass my mood right now. The aroma of coffee and the loud grinding of fresh coffee beans is usually enough to lift my mood, but I still feel empty and cold. I run my hand over my stubble that I have not felt like shaving in days, and I rest my head in my hand. I glance at the elegant clock in the quaint cafe that reads noon. I had texted Cassandra to meet me here so we can talk, and I pray that she shows up. I stare at my reflection in the window. My hair is disheveled, my eyes are red and baggy, and my 5 o'clock stubble is looking more like 9 o'clock scraggle. I peek down at my phone, hoping maybe she texted me in my moment of reflection. Besides work emails, my phone is dry. Then I hear the ding of the overhead bell sound out. I look up and see my beautiful Cassandra. Her eyes wander around and settle on me. She pastes on a smile, and her glow shines. I want to see that light every day. I hope she changed her mind. She looks as bright as ever, though her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes. I stand up and greet her with a hug, breathing her in. Good afternoon, Cassandra. She pulls away, taking her warmth and sweet scent with her. Hi. I move around her to pull out her seat, motioning her to sit down. Thank you, she says as she takes a seat. I intertwine my hands and bounce my leg. How are you? She scoffs with a small smile. You don't have to be awkward, Liam. It's still me. My Cassandra. The question still stands, I say as I adjust the coffee in my hands. My right hand is scalding from the heat, but I barely notice given that there are more pressing issues in mind. Well, I'm okay. I've been better, she answers honestly as she fidgets with her rings. Any way I can help? I'm sure I will be okay eventually. I raise a brow at this, not having a good feeling of what's to come. There's no need to beat around the bush when you can cut to the chase, Cassandra, where do you stand with the divorce? She blinks a few times, taken aback at my blunt approach. She looks around for a barista. We should talk this over with some coffee. With this question eating me alive and my anxiety skyrocketing, I push my fresh coffee towards her and push the creamer and sugar bowls right next to the cup. She looks at it with a question in her eyes. I haven't taken a sip, I say roughly. Cassandra, God. I run my hands through my hair. Where do you stand? She sighs as she puts down the sugar, and she looks up at me intently. My mind hasn't changed. I'd still like to file for divorce. No, I say in denial. God, no. Liam, it's best if we just end things here. No, I echo. The world dims around me and life seems to lose meaning. It's better this way, she says. I feel my heart shatter in my chest. A sharp pain embeds itself where it used to be. I nod, letting her voice go in one ear and out the other. I fight the strain in my throat. I told your dad I would always cherish you, and I told you that I would never, ever give up on you, I say, the words coming out more strangled than I intend. And you haven't given up on me, and you clearly cherish me. Look at us here. She motions with her hand around the cafe. You haven't given up on me. But you gave up on me, I softly say, after an extended silence. She runs her manicured hand over her face. Liam, that's not what... She pauses like she is looking for words, but she just meets my gaze. I sigh and stretch my legs out, pulling out my wallet and placing a $100 bill on the table. Order some breakfast. I'm going to go. She stands up with me and places an arm on my shoulder. Trust me, I would love to be with you. Clearly, she doesn't. I just nod and walk around her, out of the door. I'm sprawled out on my couch in my living room with my fifth scotch in hand. I take another generous mouthful and pour my half-empty bottle into the cup. 6, I say to myself. I toss my head back on the couch with a sigh and feel another well of tears begin to appear. Why doesn't she give me a chance? I slur. I take a swig from my glass. Like, did I not do everything right? I hiccup. Also, why didn't it hurt this bad with Eunice? I slide down the couch cushions and look at my whiskey bottle sitting on the table. I'm polishing you off tonight. Where is Cassandra tonight? With friends? Alone? Is she also attempting to polish off a bottle of whiskey? Idea! I shout. I place the scotch down on the table, but not before some of the contents slosh and drip on my hands. I hear the line ring. Hello? Leslie, hello. Liam, she says. Indeed, Leslie, I presume. Yes, she says, sounding apprehensive. Look, you're Cassandra's best friend. I sigh. I just want to know why. What did I do wrong? I hear her humming on the line, contemplating whether or not to share this with me. Liam, you did everything right. I swear. Then what is the issue? Why couldn't we be together? Are you drunk? She asks. No, I say immediately. A couple drinks does not make me intoxicated. I shake my spinning head. Your mom intimidates her. She's often cold to her, and she has been since she first met her, considering she wanted an arranged marriage and all. I nod as if she can see me. That's all. I feel a bit of resentment. Why couldn't my mother be more kind and reciprocating? No, well... Leslie, please. She's scared. She is terrified to fall in love again. She is terrified she will get hurt. And she is terrified of making another mistake like David. I hear the anguish over her friend in Leslie's voice, and it almost sobers me up. She is scared to be vulnerable. Chapter 34. Liam. I stare down at the document on my desk and pick up my pen. I flick it up and down, over and over, and I stare. Sighing, I point the ballpoint at the paper. I press down hard and the ink flows. My usually swirling signature holds anger today. The pen carves out mean edges. The A and the last N take a beating. I sign on the dotted line, fold back the front cover, and fold the document in thirds, letting the sky blue legal cover page show. Then I slide it into my jacket pocket, and it rests there like a 10,000-pound stone. I place both hands on my ink blotter. My right hand removes the fake wedding band from my left. I drop the ring. It twirls for a time on its end. Then it falls with a plunk. It's over. I'm giving Cassandra what she wants. A divorce. I lean back and push my chair as far away from that ring as I can get. I stare at it like it's an enemy now. It's mocking me. I know it. I lean forward, open my center drawer, and shove the beast inside with the use of that god-awful pen. And then I throw the pen inside too, and I lock the drawer. I get on the phone to my secretary. "Joanna, can you order me another Mont Blanc? Mine died. I can take it out to get it fixed if you'd like." "No. I hate this one. Please get me a new one." "Yes, sir." I lean back in my chair again. I turn to the window. I look out and see nothing. She tells me she needs space, and I know I can't force her to stay. That would erase any feelings she has for me at all. But it's killing me to let her go. I know I have to put those feelings aside, head over heart, at least for now. This will give me time to talk with my mother. I know she has something to do with Cassandra wanting to leave our marriage. Cassandra is too nice to tell tales out of school. I'll need to face my mother myself and dig hard for the truth. After all, my mother threw me into an arranged marriage with Eunice, which went south. What's to say she didn't force the destruction of this marriage too? The one I really want to work. I sigh, pick up the signed papers, and I walk over to Cassandra's office. It's the longest, most painful walk I've ever made. My heart screams at me the entire way, begging me not to do this, pleading with me not to lose the love of my life. My head refuses to listen. I knock on her door, willing tears not to well. "Cassandra, do you have a minute?" "Sure. Come in." I walk up to her desk. She can read my expression. I see her swallow hard. "Here you go. You have the space you need. I just hope that in time you see in me what I see in you, and we can begin again." I hand over the document. She takes it. She reads the front cover, and she knows. She blinks her eyes as it registers. She's free. I watch her remove her fake rings too, and put them quietly in her desk drawer. "Liam, I know this is hard, but I think it's for the best." "Yes, well, thank you." Cassandra smiles the weakest smile she's ever given me. I barely smile back and I leave the room. There's nothing more to say. As the days go by, I see Cassandra around the building as she's still a vital employee of the Anderson Modeling Agency. Only when I put eyes on her, she looks beaten down. Her usual top-notch fashionable clothes look worn and wrinkled. Her hair is askew. And if I dare to get close enough, which I try often not to do, Cassandra has bags under her bloodshot eyes. From a distance, at least at the start of our separation, I observe her doing her work. Nothing seems to be lacking. She's working with the new models with the same energy as before. Only her responses, her actions, seem robotic. Like she's working on autopilot. Her mind knows what to do, and her body obediently follows. I figure out Cassandra's head is at work, but her heart is nowhere to be found. Every fiber of my being wants to run up and ask her, "Isn't this what you wanted? And if it is, why do you look so beaten down? I've never said no to you, and I'm not about to start now." Of course, fantasy isn't reality. I hold back my urge. I don't run to her side. I say nothing. I don't approach Cassandra at all. I try my best not to bump into her, for every time I see her around the office the way she is, my heart breaks a bit more. At the excruciating sight, I head to my office, close my door, and pound my desk out of frustration. I talk to myself like somehow that'll make everything right. I want her. I need her. All I want to do is hold her in my arms and kiss her better. Why did she force me away? Why? Oh, I know. It's not good to fight facts. I have to clean up my act before I can win Cassandra back for real this time. I know she doesn't trust me, and that's proof I've already failed. I need to work on my character to show her trust in me is possible, so she might give our relationship a second chance. I twirl my office chair and look out at the Manhattan skyline, and I whisper to myself, if Cassandra won't have me, there will be no one else.
Chapter 35. Cassandra. It's all I can do to get out of bed. The week prior, I did what I had to get the new models processed through. And I think I did it with no one at Anderson noticing how tortured I've been the entire time. I clear my inbox. I return all my calls. I ring my PA from my desk. Pat, I'm taking the next few days off work. Only call me if there's an emergency. Will do. Stay well. Pat's great. She never pries. But the stay well part speaks volumes. I can't fake it anymore. The smiles, the upbeat banter. I'm wrecked. I know I am. I got what I wanted from Liam, a divorce, and it's killing me slowly. From the moment I wake until I go to bed, all I see in my mind's eye is Liam. All I feel is heartache. I miss him so badly I can taste the longing for him in my mouth. Bitter, sour longing. I walk around Leslie's condo like a ghost. She says I can stay with her until I figure things out. Once Liam handed me the divorce papers, I knew I had to move everything out of our place that night, and so I did all of it before he got home from work. I never get out of my pajamas. What's the use? It's not like I have a reason to be a part of the living. I breathe, I walk, I talk only if I have to. I'm alive, but I'm not living. I wake up, and when I do, I rue my waking. I pad to the kitchen to guzzle coffee, hoping it will fill me with energy to start my day. All it does is work like a sleeping pill, and I get back to bed. I lie there, staring up at the ceiling. The stucco design looks like the surface of the moon, desolate without life. I am the ceiling. I'll still be lying there when Leslie finally comes home. I see her looking at me. I see her lips move. I feel in my soul she's trying to get me going, get me back to life. Come on, Cassandra. This isn't you. You're the agency's ever-ready bunny. Look at you now. Is ruining your life worth it? Get dressed. We can get a bite to eat. I hear myself talk, but I'm not in my body when I do. I don't want to. Please don't make me go. I watch myself. I've disassociated from my body. I hear the words and see the expression on my face. Tears flow. Oh, girl, this is no good. No good at all. Leslie hugs me. I see her hugging me. I feel nothing. She leaves me be. I curl up and fall back to sleep, my pillow wet from quiet tears. No overt sobbing anymore. The fight in me is gone. My eyes just haven't got the memo yet. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning I wake. Again, I rue the waking. I pad out to the kitchen. Leslie is there, drinking coffee. She gets up and hands me a cup. What are you doing here? Aren't you working? I ask groggily. I'm dead worried about you, so I feigned a sick day. I need to make you better. I don't know how to do it, but I need to do it somehow. I hope you work with me today to try to make it happen. Oh, Leslie. Look at what I've done, I sob. Overnight, I must have gathered up enough energy to sob again. Leslie guides me to her couch. She gets me a throw, and I curl up on it. Leslie sits at my feet. She rubs them, desperate to make me feel something, anything but torment and heartbreak. Cassandra, please talk with me. Tell me what's going on inside that head of yours. It's obvious whatever mind game you're playing on yourself isn't working. You need to talk. I'm here. Let me in. I sit up a bit. I hug one of the throw cushions, and in between gulps of air, as my emotions make it hard for me to breathe, I talk. Leslie is right. I know I have to. Leslie, I'm a coward. That's all this is. David hurt me so badly. Now I fear that kind of hurt again, and I'll do anything not to get back there and suffer. Suffer. Look at yourself, Cass. You're suffering now. Your fear is realized regardless of a man in your life. You're shutting down from fearing fear itself. I sigh. Tears flow. Leslie gets up and fetches a box of tissues. Lucky for me, it's those man-sized ones, which can take a beating. I accept the box and offer a meek smile in return. I wipe my eyes. I blow my nose. Leslie is right. Why am I fearing fear when I'm already there in the suffering of it? Why didn't I fight for Liam? To hear him talk, maybe it wouldn't have been much of a fight. I remember his mother being in the mix, and my questions are answered. I blow hard into a second tissue, praying my brains will come out. If I don't think, I can't feel, and I don't want to feel at all. I mumble. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Right. It's a quote. President Roosevelt? Yes, that's right. And he had a lot to fear back then, didn't he? I slowly nod my head. I wonder what it's like to literally have the world on your shoulders like FDR. Well, all I know is it doesn't matter who becomes President of the United States. They go in with dark hair and leave the office gray or white. If that isn't an answer to your question, I don't know what is. Leslie hands me another cup of hot coffee. She's put a ton of sugar in it. I drink coffee black. I don't fight the sugar. I need all the help I can get. Kinda puts our petty fears into place, doesn't it? Yes, Cass, it does. FDR faced a world war and tyrants at every turn. How many days do you think he spent in bed staring up at the White House ceiling? Leslie smirks. I smile back. Maybe a few. Smarty pants. Okay, so you and FDR have had a few. But don't you think it's time to get up, get dressed, and win the war? I smile again. This time it's a bigger grin. Chapter 36. Cassandra. Leslie's talk with me hit home. I smile, thinking back on it. FDR is saving my bacon? The idea is funny, and for the first time in days, I laugh. All I have to fear is fear itself. Did that saying come to mind by Franklin because of the impending World War, or because he had a manipulative mother-in-law too? Again, the thought makes me chuckle. I raise my head and speak skyward. Thanks, Franklin. I needed to hear that. For the first time in days, I get my act together. When I wake up, I get out of bed, shower, and get dressed. No ceiling staring, no ho-woe is me act. I don't lie to myself either. Liam still consumes my mind. His look, his voice, the way he walks, his beguiling scent. But from the grave, President Roosevelt kicked my butt. I don't like to be schooled, but obviously I need it. I take my obsession and my sorrow, and I package it up in my fear and let it dissolve in my coffee cup, along with the sugar. I drink the coffee and look outside, and I tell the window pane my plans. Window, I'm going to call Liam today. I'm going to tell him I want to meet. No, we have to meet. I'll tell him we have to talk things over from start to finish. He'll hear the intensity in my voice. He won't say no, and then when we're face to face, I'll tell him how I really feel. The good, the bad, and the FDR fearful ugly. At this point, window, I have nothing to lose. I pick up my cell and click on Liam's number. It starts ringing. I hang up. I talk to the window again. Oh God, no. I'm going to screw this up. I know I will. I'm dead nervous. My mouth is fuzzy. My tongue feels 3 times its size, and my brain knows no proper words. I'll sound like a complete idiot on the phone, and Liam will thank his lucky stars he dodged a bullet. I'm losing it. In my mind's eye, the window talks back. Put down your phone, wipe off your clammy hands, and get another coffee. Add cream and sugar. sit back down and stare at me a little while longer. I can't argue with plate glass, so I do what it says. I sip at the coffee. It tastes sweet and creamy. Geez, being a model who barely eats sucks. Who knew coffee could taste this good? I stare at the window pane. Okay, what else you got for me? After that coffee, go for a walk. Your head is all over the place because you haven't exercised in days. How can your synapses properly function without energy? Exercise gives you energy. I already know I should be committed to Bellevue for talking to a window pane, but exactly how do you know all this? You're only glass. I sigh deeply. Okay, smart window. I'll do what you say. I don't know how a walk will help, but since you're the only one around who's giving me advice, I'll go. Good for you. Your shoes are at the door. Wear a coat. It's chilly out there. I should know. And with a chuckle, I get up, rinse out my coffee cup, and hit the pavement. I put my feet on autopilot and let them take me where they want to go. I concentrate on breathing in and out, in and out. Leslie's window is right. It's chilly out here. An East River wind, I suspect. I watch people pass me. Their expressions are focused, intent on their goals. My face is relaxed. I have no intent, no goals. I find myself out front at the Anderson Agency building. I look down at my feet and mumble, "Oh, you two are hilarious. What? Did the window put you up to this prank?" A town car pulls up. The back passenger door opens. It's Eunice, of all people. I swallow hard and paste on a smile. "Eunice, what a surprise bumping into you like this." I say it like it's a welcome surprise. Who's kidding who? "Hi, Cassandra." I can tell she's looking at me funny, unsure of what to say next. I see a wicker picnic basket flung over her arm. My emotions deflate. I shouldn't ask, but I do. I guess I'm attracted to self-harm. "Who's the picnic basket for?" Eunice chuckles, and unless it's my imagination, I see her cheeks blush. "Oh, yes, well, I'm bringing lunch to Liam, as he seems to not want to go to lunch. Even modeling agency moguls have to eat." I nod. I can't speak. Of course, that's the answer I knew she'd give. All along, I always knew Eunice wanted to have her Liam cake and eat it too. The moment it's known I'm out of the picture, she comes back in. It's all I can do not to jump on her and beat her over the head with the basket. I flash a luxurious smile instead. "Absolutely, Eunice. You go feed that mogul. Nice to see you again." I lie. "And you too, dear." Eunice flashes a quick smile and dashes into the foyer. Intact picnic basket and all, Leslie's window pane doesn't have to tell me Eunice lied. I walk on. I order my body to act relaxed. I order my face to look happy. I tell my eyes to lazily look at my surroundings like I care. And then I curse my feet for betraying me. With every step forward, a mantra endlessly beats in my brain. No way. Not Eunice. Not now. Chapter 37. Cassandra. Once I get back to Leslie's place, I throw a tantrum. I slam my purse down on the counter. "No way. I can't take this anymore. The ink on our divorce papers isn't dry yet, and Eunice is bringing him food." I look at the window pane, and I raise my head to the sky. "Okay, FDR, Mr. Windowpane, anybody who is out there, listen and listen well. If this is the war you two want, I'll fight. Maybe not how you both intended, but the fight is on." I get changed into my corporate look and head back to the agency for work. I wear a black Dior pantsuit with padded shoulders and black patent leather high heels. I slap on fire engine red lipstick and rouge. It's my war paint to go for the kill. And I keep the look up, and I keep up the confident facade. On the outside, I'm chill. On the inside, every day Eunice drops by with another picnic basket in her hand, I melt a little. On the fourth day of my return, it's not merely Eunice and her basket, which punches me in the gut. Liam's mother exits the elevator too. The women are arm in arm, smiling, laughing, chatting away, playing happy families. Oh God, I hope they're playing. The awful sight is all it takes. My mind doesn't have to remind me twice. Eunice is the daughter-in-law Liam's mother always wanted. A born and bred blue blood with the proverbial silver spoon in that big mouth of hers. Eunice comes with the credibility I never had. As I see the two of them walk into Liam's office, I swear to myself this eye-bleeding vision will be the last one. I head straight to my office, hit my keyboard, and furiously type. Minutes later, my printer spits out the page. I stuff it into a business envelope and march to Liam's office. I walk past his secretary. "Oh, Cassandra, Liam is occupied at the moment. Shall I know. Never mind." I walk straight in. Wild horses couldn't drag me out of his office. Maybe I've lost many battles when it comes to Liam, but I'm ending the war now. I open the door with such force it bangs against the wall. I see Liam look up. All three look startled by my presence. Good. "This won't take long, Mr. Anderson." "Mr. Anderson, what gives?" I pull the envelope from my breast pocket and hand it to him. "You will see it takes place effective immediately." I see Liam glance over the page. I know when he sees the word resignation because he looks up at me. "Cassandra, no." "I've hired movers to clear out my office. I won't take any more of your time." I shoot dagger glares at Eunice and Liam's mother, who both unsurprisingly are stifling smiles. I turn on my heels and head for the elevator. Thankfully for me, the car is resting on the executive floor, and I immediately begin my downward trek. The last thing I see before the elevator doors close is a rushing Liam, his eyes bulging, his face full of fright. On the ground floor, I bump into Leslie. She's carrying a takeout bag. I glance down at my watch. It's noon. Time flies when you flee. "Hey, girlfriend, where are you headed? I just bought lunch for us both." "I'm done, Leslie." "Oh, an early day?" "No, I'm completely done. I handed in my resignation to Liam just now. It's over. Personally, professionally, I'm done." "No, Cass, you can't do that. The agency needs you." "Maybe, but I can't watch Eunice stop in every day drooling over Liam like that." And today, she came with Liam's mother, who looked deliriously happy. That's the last straw. I can't stand another minute around that mind game. Leslie takes me to one of the marble benches in the foyer, the one with the two huge potted palms, as if their presence provides more cover. I smile at her choice of seats. I don't need cover anymore. "Cass, you haven't thought this through. You've never let petty games pull you down before. You're the queen of deflecting office politics. You know those two are playing games." "Maybe so, but I will not be a spectator to that junk anymore. I'm leaving while I still have a smidgen of self-respect." "You're too emotional to think things through." "Cass, do you really think Liam would give Eunice a second glance after how she left him at the altar? That chick is an opportunist. She goes wherever is the best advantage. And I'll deny this if you tell others, but Liam's mother is the same. She wants Liam to marry into image, privilege, brand, and she doesn't care who wears the skirt." I turn to Leslie. My face is painted in sorrow, but damn if I'll shed one tear. "Leslie, listen, I can't take the pain anymore. I don't know if those two are playing games or Eunice's picnic baskets are thawing Liam's heart, and I don't care either way. I'll not put myself through this visual BS any longer." "But you've always?" "Maybe so, but this is too much. I need to physically remove myself from the pain in order to let it go, Leslie. Can't you see that?" Leslie bows her head and nods. I fear she may cry. I pray she doesn't. Leslie looks up at me with doe eyes. "What will you do? Where will you go?" I exhale. I'm relieved I finally got through to her. Honestly, I'm not sure yet. There are other agencies in town you well know. Or maybe I'll really pick up and leave New York. Leave New York? Oh my God, you've got to be joking. NYC is modeling Mecca. I smile. Yeah, okay. But maybe I'm done with traditional agencies. I could head to LA. There's work there. Sure, it's different, but it still pays. Another coast. Another outlook on life. It might be healing for the soul, you know? Isn't that what deflated New Yorkers do? Head to California to find themselves? Maybe for a vacation. But to stay? You're off your rocker if you stay. I look up and across the foyer. I see Liam bolt from an elevator and run out the turnstile doors. I see his head jerk left and right. He stands outside the building for a time, then returns and takes an elevator back up to the executive floor. I don't tell Leslie what I just witnessed. Pictures are better than words.
Chapter 38. Liam. The elevator doors open. I barely have enough energy to walk through the doors. She didn't give me time to explain or to beg her to stay. I feel like a failure. Why didn't I see this coming? I enter my office. I see my mother and Eunice still sitting there, upbeat and chatting like happy birds. How dare they act like this? The anger roils up inside and I explode. You two don't get it, do you? Eunice, you made me eat your dust at our wedding. Why would I take a second look at you? And Mother, you've been forcing this thing between us. It doesn't matter one iota if your son is happy or not. You two should be ashamed of yourselves. Honey, no, says Eunice leaning forward, her eyes panicky and pleading. Dear, you have the wrong... No, it's both of you who are wrong. Give me one reason not to kick you both out of my office, I demand. Hear me out, dear, at least. I'm your mother. I slam down in my chair and I let it swing towards the window. I don't have the guts to throw these two women out of my office, but I don't have to face them either. Okay, talk. No manipulation. No tactics, Mother. Just the facts. Me and Eunice's mother were the best of friends, dear. You two grew up together from when you both took your first steps. Eunice's dear mother and I always dreamed of you two getting married. We had watched you both play and have so much fun as kiddies, and never did you fight. Marriage seemed the natural course. Mother, Eunice and I tried, remember? She left me eating her dust. Since then, I fell in love with Cassandra. You'd have to be blind not to see that, Mother. I will never attempt to marry Eunice again. I hear a gasp from Eunice and quiet sobbing. I don't turn my chair. I have no time for crocodile tears. But dear one, ever since Eunice's mother passed, I felt responsible for her daughter. I've even thought it should be me who gets you two together again. You know, to fulfill that dream we both had as young mothers. I don't have many more years left, Liam. Before I go, I'd like to think you and Eunice would be together, taking care of one another. Eunice's mother and I could better rest in our graves knowing that. I weigh my mother's words. My gut tells me it's half-truths mixing with half-lies, and a bucket-load of guilt dolloped in. I finally swing my chair around. I see Eunice's chair is empty. Thankfully, she left. I leave my chair and sit beside my mother. I take her hands in mine and look into her pleading eyes. Mother, I say this with the utmost respect, but you have to back off. I can sympathize with your needs for me, your responsibilities to the dead, but you can't manipulate my love life like this anymore. Manipulate? I wasn't. Come on, Mother. It's just you and me. You know you've been doing exactly that. I've made billions on assessing the right visuals. You think I missed your matrimonial games here? I'll make this crystal clear. I do not want Eunice solace. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever. And although you gave birth to me, this is my life. Oh, Liam. And listen, Mother. Things are not all doom and gloom with your condition. You know there's a chance you'll still get better. You're digging your own grave. You're giving up too soon. My guess is you'll be kicking around a long while yet. You won't be leaving me alone. You know what the doctor said. They can still help with your treatment. Not all is lost. Not with your future and not with my own. My mother breaks down crying. In her sobbing, I see the pressure release, and I realize it's not been a game by her. She genuinely wants to see my future planned out before she dies. I reach over and hug her tightly. Love makes people do crazy things. Mother lifts her head. I offer my handkerchief to dry her eyes. Dear one, you're right. I guess in my panic I tried to settle things which really weren't in my control. I am deeply sorry for that. So does this mean you'll be more hopeful and less defeatist where your health and my love life are concerned? Mother smiles and grasps my arms tightly. Yes, dear, I will. I'll let go to make you happy. No, Mother. Let go to make yourself happy. You'll feel free once you do. I help my mother get up, and we give one another a long hug. I feel her slowly strengthening in my arms. She leaves my embrace. She smiles up at me. I escort her to the elevator. Dear, you promise me you'll be all right? I will. Look around this office. Look at me, Mother. I'm okay, aren't I? My mother softly pats my chest. Yes, I guess you are. You know, it's hard for a mother to see her baby grow up to be a man. I look at your lovely face and your laughing eyes, and all I see is my toddler playing with his toys, happy as a clam. I laugh. I know, Mother. I know. Your boy is still inside my heart. He'll never leave. He just knows how to step up now and take care of you for a change. My secretary interrupts us. She brings the picnic basket and offers it to Mother. Ah, yes, well, I'll get this back to Eunice. It's hers after all. I smile and say nothing. I want to tell Mother that Eunice will find another sucker to fall for her passion for the picnic trade, but I know not to poke the general when I've already won the war. The elevator car arrives and Mother walks in. We both wave goodbye, then I watch the doors close. And for the first time in weeks, I truly breathe. I feel free. I still feel pain for Cassandra's loss, but I truly feel free. I return to my office with less of an emotional load and a resurgence of energy to go for what I want. More importantly, who I want.
Chapter 39. Cassandra. My dreams of LA and modeling on either coast get temporarily cast aside. I know my parents need help with their convenience store business, and truly, I can't decide what my future should hold. So back to a simple life I go. It's freeing to think my world is shrinking, and I'm forgetting my past life. Cassandra, I don't like how this all ended with Liam. The loss of your marriage and then your career. I love that you're here with your mother and me, but I feel like I should have a chat with that man and set things straight. He hasn't treated you right at all, not at all. Dad, please believe me when I say it wasn't like that at all. The marriage, the job, it was all my doing, my choices. But I know you, Sweet Pea. You wouldn't have left either if he hadn't hurt you in some way. The man has to own up to his actions. Dad, please just trust me for now, okay? I need space and time to heal. And working with you and Mom will do the trick. Just please let sleeping dogs lie. My dad shakes his head no, but I can tell he's willing to give up the fight for me, at least for the time being. Dear, are you telling your mom and I the truth about everything? I am. Maybe not the whole truth. I have to wrestle with that yet on my own. But yes, I'm here because I made my choices, and I want to be here. The modeling business is a tough game. I think I want an out right now. Maybe one day, once I know my own mind, I'll explain it all to you both then. Just please, Dad, give me time to heal. Dad takes my hand and lovingly smiles. If it's time you need, you have it, Cassandra. Now, getting back to business. What's your plan now that you're back in the convenience store game? I lean on the store counter. Dad, I think I'd like to open up another branch of the Bolkweiser convenience stores. Be my own boss. Manage it myself. I have the funds. It wouldn't cost you anything out of pocket. You sell me the name to start a new franchise and that's it. I keep your brand style and merchandise and service quality, of course. What do you think? Dad's eyes pop open like it's Christmas morning. He turns on his heels, opens the back cooler, and takes out a bottle of chilled champagne. He marches to the front and flips the open sign to closed. I look at him with quizzical eyes. What on earth are you doing? You never close this store during business hours. And what's with the champagne? Daughter of mine, we have business to discuss with your mother and celebratory champagne to drink. I laugh. Dad and I hug, then I run upstairs calling for my mom. After weeks of finding the right location and refurbishing a derelict building, Store 2 of the BWWM convenience store chain opens with great neighborhood fanfare. Amid the balloons and bunting and the free public buffet, I look up at the polished sign and grin from ear to ear. BWWM Convenience, Cassandra BWWM, proprietor. Mom and Dad hug me, and they cheer, fists pumping the air. I see by their twinkling eyes they couldn't be more proud of their daughter than they are right now. I returned as the prodigal daughter to the family business. What more pride could an immigrant family hold? As I gaze at the sign, I remember how exciting and glamorous the modeling business can be. I know my parents are proud of my achievements in the fashion world, but I don't think I've seen them any happier than when we three first looked up at the humble sign. I'm home, and with home comes happiness for us all. Maybe this is why I wanted to marry David. Maybe all along I craved the simple life my parents have. To be a wife and a mother and own a decent business. That's the American way, isn't it? The days go by. I get stuck on my new life as a store owner. I get to know my new neighbors and become active in my community. I even sponsor a kids' baseball team and watch the weekend games, the kids wearing BWWM convenience jerseys as they strike the opponent players out. I host a small block party one Saturday, and my sales profits soar. It's long hours, of course, but it never feels like work. I know everyone by name, even my delivery boys. There are times, of course, in the quiet hours where I'm stacking new stock. My body works on autopilot, which allows my mind to wander back, and pangs of sadness, anger, and regret seep back in. But then the doorbells chime. It's a customer, and their lighthearted banter brings me out of my gloom yet again. My life is my home, and my life is good. It's only when the day comes to a close and I turn the open sign over before I hike upstairs to my private life that those gloom-filled feelings wash over me again. Night is so quiet and so still. I've done good work throughout the day, and my reward is a nighttime full of what-ifs. What did I do to push David away? Did I do the same thing with Liam? Am I destined to be alone, never being a wife or a mother? Did I make my modeling career so important that I pushed love away? Throughout the night I toss and turn, the questions revolving in my mind. I dream of weddings unfulfilled, of men leaving me at the altar, of limelight on catwalks I walk alone. Then dawn rises, and I rise with it. It's another beautiful day. I shed the gloom, and I slap on a cheerful face. I'm a humble store owner. I choose happiness and contentment over strife. I pad to the kitchen, make a brew, and face my window pane. Can you talk to me like Leslie's window? The window says nothing. I swallow the coffee. It's black, no cream or sugar. Some windows are helpful, some are not. I start my day. Chapter 40. Cassandra. It's a morning just like every other morning without Liam. There is no breakfast cooked by him. There is no good morning kiss or even a smile meant for me. It's a hugless morning, and I feel terrible. My body is changing, and I don't know why. The skin-tight dress I want to wear today doesn't look right. The dress bunches around my middle and my chest. Both my breasts and my tummy are a smidge too big for this dress. I've never had that happen before. Everything I wear always fits just right. I'm a model. I work to sell clothes, but today no one would want to buy what I decide to wear. A tent-like t-shirt and a pair of baggy jeans. I find these clothes in a bag that is meant to be taken to donation on behalf of my mother. I am wearing my mother's clothes. This can't be. I am so shocked and disgusted with myself, I have to run to the bathroom to throw up. This is a first. I never throw up, not even after a long night of drinking. When I try to get up from the floor where I was kneeling, I start to see the room swirling around me. Cass, what's wrong with you? I ask myself. After I manage to get up off my knees, I slowly walk to the kitchen and open the refrigerator to get some yogurt and some orange juice. Oh no, I'm going to throw up again. I run to the bathroom to do the deed, and I start to cry. It's then that I realize my cycle is off. I've been so busy I didn't even notice. Could I be pregnant? I say to myself. Somehow I leave the apartment, dizzy and weak. Dr. Robinson has agreed to see me this morning. She has an opening. I go in where they ask me to pee in a cup. And I do. The nurse also takes some blood and smiles at me. The nurse takes me into the doctor's office, and Dr. Robinson is beaming at me. Okay, kiddo, you're pregnant. Congratulations. I start to cry. What's the matter? Don't you want this baby? I try to remember the last time I was with Liam, and I realize it was almost 3 months ago. Am I 3 months pregnant? I ask. Dr. Robinson, still beaming at me, answers with a question. When was your last period? She takes out a little cardboard wheel with dates on it. I tell her the date of my last period, and she turns the wheel. Yep, you are 3 months pregnant. The rest of my visit, Dr. Robinson and her staff give me all kinds of new mother information. I try to take it all in, but the whole time, all I can do is think of Liam. I'm glad they give me a booklet with all the new mom information to take home. I'm going to be a mother. Dr. Robinson's office is not far from my new convenience store, so I walk there, thinking the whole time that Liam must already be married to Eunice. I can't tell him about this baby because it will ruin everything for him. I won't tell him about it. I'll raise the baby by myself. It's a muggy day, and I am dizzy walking down the street. Cars honk at each other, and police sirens wail, but all I can think about is the baby inside of me. What am I going to do? When I get to the convenience store, my mother takes one look at me and runs to get me a chair. Sit down, child. You look pale as a ghost. The kindness my mother shows me makes me cry. I burst into tears and my mother takes me in her arms. You're pregnant, aren't you? I am shocked. How did you know? A mother knows. Oh, Mom, what am I going to do? Is it Liam's? I roll my eyes. Who else, Mom? Hearing the commotion, my father and Brayton come from the back of the store to see what is going on. Our baby is going to have a baby, my mother announces. My father lets out a whoop. Way to go, Liam. I can't believe my dad has just said that. Brayton starts to cheer. I'm going to have a baby to play with, Brayton says. It is clear that my family is thrilled. Have you eaten anything today? My mother asks. I shake my head, and my mother says she is going to cook me some porridge because that's what her mother did for her when she was pregnant with me. I can't eat a thing, Mom. Don't worry. The porridge is mild but very tasty. The baby will love it. My father comes over to me and hugs me. It is clear that he is over the moon with happiness. My parents are so supportive of everything I do, and now with the baby coming, I know that they will truly be there for me in every way. This is a relief to me. A few customers come into the store, and my father goes to the register. He winks at me, and I give him a little smile. I am trying to be happy about the baby, but my heart aches. I am alone and pregnant. What will life be like for my baby? He or she will only have me. Liam would have made a great father, but now he is married to someone else. He will have a family with her and not me. Will I be able to raise a baby alone? I can barely take care of myself. How will I take care of another human being? How will I make any money while I am pregnant? I am already not fitting into my clothes. I know that I will love this child so much, but will my love be enough? I never thought that I would have to raise a child on my own. When I dreamed about my life, I was always married and raising children with a loving husband. My heart hurts because I miss Liam so much. What am I going to do without him? Chapter 41. Cassandra. My parents really made my afternoon. They were so happy I couldn't help but be happy myself. The whole afternoon, my parents talked about the baby and how they were going to help me. I could tell they were being careful not to mention Liam anymore. When I told them that I wasn't going to tell Liam, they didn't ask any questions. They just accepted it and continued to talk about how they were going to support me the best way possible. "Move back in with us, Cassandra," my mother says. I am tickled that she said this because the last time we lived together, all we did was argue. "I'll think about it, Mom." Don't think, Cassandra. Do. When I finish my shift at the convenience store, I decide to walk home and get some fresh air. Well, as fresh as the air can be in any city. It is still muggy outside, but that doesn't bother me. My mind is totally on the baby. I feel like I am walking on sunshine. Will the baby look like me or look like Liam? I can't wait to find out. If it is a boy, I hope he has Liam's handsome face. I try to imagine a little boy with blonde hair and green eyes like Liam. What if I have a girl? Will she look like me? Would it be better if she looks like Liam? I can't decide. When I get out of my parents' neighborhood, I begin to hear the city sounds of cars honking at each other and an ambulance in the background. Maybe we should have opened a convenience store in my neighborhood because it is a lot busier than theirs. The foot traffic here must be awesome. Maybe after the baby comes, we can open another store here. "Hey, lady, watch where you're going," a man shouts at me. I look up and notice that I am crossing a street. I didn't realize that I had walked in front of traffic. I'm so happy about this baby. It is like I am in my own world. "Thanks," I shout back at the man. I continue walking and dreaming of the baby. I think of Liam, and I am truly sorry that I will not be raising a baby with him, but I know in my heart that the baby and I will be okay. I am an independent woman. I might not be able to work in the high-pressure fashion industry anymore after I become a mother, but we will make it, the baby and I. I know lots of people who grew up without a father, and they turned out just fine. I tell the baby. I can't wait to feel the baby inside of me. I will talk to him or her, and they will kick me back in response. I can't wait until that happens. Maybe I should have never left Liam, but it is too late now. My relationship with Liam has ended. Yet I will always have a little piece of him with this baby, and that thought makes me happy. The city is bustling around me, but to me, there is only the baby and I. Maybe the noises of the city are too much for the baby. I feel my mom instincts kick in, and I start to sing to it. It occurs to me that the song I am singing to the baby was one that Liam sang to me. At that moment, I feel like I am going back in time. It is a bittersweet memory, and I can't decide how to feel. Suddenly, I'm jerked out of my daydream because there's this car coming down the street way too fast. He's dodging cars back and forth, trying to get ahead of them. There's this one car blocking the reckless car, not letting it get past. The noise from both cars is incredible. I can barely hear myself think. I'm getting a real bad feeling watching these cars. They are getting closer and closer. I start to walk fast in the other direction so that I can get out of the way. The fast car starts honking at the car that is blocking him. But there is no reaction out of that car. This makes the driver of the fast car really angry. He is shouting out of his window and not paying attention to anything else. I see him jump the curb and start driving towards me. It's one of those moments when you know your life is going to be changed forever. But now it isn't just me. I have a baby inside of me, a baby that I'm meant to protect. I turn away, trying desperately to avoid the car that is fast approaching me. I can feel the rumble of the car on the sidewalk where I am standing. I can smell the exhaust fumes. I bend over as if somehow doubling over can protect me. Then it happens. Time slows down. The heat of the tires is making the rubber burn and smell toxic. I can hear the driver yelling at me to get out of the way. There is no way I am going to outrun that car no matter what I do, and there is nowhere for me to get away from it. If I step in the street or off the sidewalk, the car that is blocking the fast car is going to run over me. I unbend and start running because I have to do something. It is futile, of course. I can't outrun a car, but something seems better than nothing, except I trip as I am running. I can see the car bearing down on me. I quickly stand up, trying to turn away as the car draws near, and then everything goes black.
Chapter 42. Liam. I miss Cassandra so much. Damn it, why did she go away? Why didn't she give us a chance? I hear a ringtone and get even more irritated because it's not being answered. I look around and realize it's my phone. Quickly, I pick up. Hello, this is Liam Anderson. Liam, this is Andres, Cassandra's father. She was hit by a car. She and her baby are in danger. Everything slows down to a turtle's speed. I don't even catch on to the word pregnant at first. Andres, would you please repeat that? Andres sighs impatiently, but he does as I ask. Cassandra was hit by a car. She's been injured and is in the hospital. We found out that she is pregnant and the baby is at risk too. Oh my God. Now he has my full attention. Thank you for telling me. I'll be there as soon as I can book a flight and get out of here. Thank you. Get here fast. My heart slows down again. She could die. And the baby could die. Baby, I'm canceling everything I have on my schedule for as long as it takes. I'll get the earliest flight that I can. I say goodbye, then take a deep breath to compose myself. I pick the phone back up after I've controlled my emotions. I press the extension for my secretary. Joanna, I just got bad news. I have to fly to Georgia right away. I'll cancel everything I can for you. Yes, please. Also, I need the earliest flight out of New York right away. I don't know how long I'll be gone. Cancel my meetings or have someone else take them. I will, Mr. Anderson. I drop the phone into its cradle, grab my things, leave my office, and lock it. I get home as fast as traffic will allow, then pack a bag. With no issues during my flight, I should be in Georgia in about 4 hours. That's 4 hours too long for my taste, but it's the best I can do. I flag a taxi and ask to be taken to LaGuardia Airport. Knowing that this one isn't as crowded as the JFK International Airport, I'll be able to get through boarding faster. Depending on how fast my taxi driver can get me to the airport, I may be in the air in less than 2 hours. In less than 1 hour, I am finally at the airport. I tip the driver with a big tip. For being so fast. Thank you, sir. Safe travels. I give him an absent-minded salute, then run to check in. Today, the airport isn't full at all, at least in this area. I check in electronically using my phone. Then my bag is checked. I hurry to the security line and get through quickly. Soon, I am on the plane. While I'm in the air, I think about the news that Andres gave to me. Cassandra is pregnant? Why didn't she tell me? I think about our last night together. She seemed distracted that night. I had no idea she was planning to leave me. She must have been pregnant then. Did she know? If she did, would that have made a difference in her decision to leave? I shift uncomfortably in my first-class seat. I don't know what was going through her mind. Why did she feel the need to hide things from me? Eventually, I fall asleep and don't wake up until the flight attendant announces our arrival at Atlanta Hartsfield Airport. As soon as I am off the plane, I hurry to baggage claim and get my bag, than to rent a car. Finally, I am out of the airport grounds and on the freeway leading to Cassandra's parents' home. I'll be staying with them. After making a wrong turn, I finally right myself and find the Bolkwatza home. Liam! Thank God you're here! Andres got home a while ago to eat and rest. Andres comes outside. Liam, good. You're here. Grace made an early supper. Come in and I'll take your bag to Cassandra's room. Then we'll eat and I'll go to the hospital. Brayton comes out. He's more subdued than when I first met him. Liam, how are you? Better now that I'm here. How about you? I cup his cheek in my hand. Brayton's face crumples and he starts to cry. Cass is in the hospital. I don't want her to die. I squat down at his level, putting one knee on the ground. I wrap my arms around Brayton. This kid is easy to love. Brayton, she won't die. She can't. I swallow my own tears. But she hasn't woken up. Andres speaks. Son, she has to have an operation. The doctors want to repair what's broken. Once that's done and her body starts to heal, she'll wake up. Brayton looks up at his father. Are you sure? Andres hugs his son. As sure as I can be, son. Your sister is a strong woman. Everybody, let's eat before the food gets cold. Grace motions us in. I don't know if I'll be able to eat. My appetite isn't very good right now. But when I sit down and smell the home-cooked meal, my stomach growls. Grace smiles. Have you eaten since Andres called you? Honestly, no. I just rushed from my office, went home, packed and took a cab to the airport. I didn't want to lose a minute getting here. Grace gives me a shaky smile and pats my arm. Sit down and we'll eat. As we eat, we talk about Cassandra and the baby. I have a lot of questions, but they don't have many answers for me. Grace's face is sad. She didn't want to tell you. She just found out, so I'm not sure she's had much time to think about it. But we thought you should know, considering. My heart sinks further if that's even possible. She's ready to raise him or her by herself, Andres adds seriously.
Chapter 43. Cassandra. I'm in the hospital after that car hit me, but I have a huge motivation to stay alive. I want to tell Liam that I'm pregnant with our baby. Also, I don't want to die without seeing him again. I can hear the beep and whoosh of the machines that are monitoring my condition and helping me to breathe. I hurt and I just want the pain to go away. I can tell when someone like my parents, Brayton, or Liam are in my room. I can sort of tell when one of them is touching my face or shoulders. I have known all along that I am loved, but this makes it even more clear to me, and I feel better when they do. There's a little less pain. I hear my family and Liam talking about the baby and me. We're safe, they say. Does that mean I didn't lose the baby? I drift off to sleep again, everything hazy. When I finally open my eyes for the first time, I see Mom sitting next to my bed. She looks so tired. She's also been crying. Mom? Mom gasps and drops her crochet hook and yarn. Cassandra, you're awake. How are you feeling? I try to swallow, but my mouth is as dry as the desert. My voice is raspy. I hurt, my baby. Mom smiles as tears roll down her face. She swipes them away impatiently, then grabs a tissue to clean her face. Your baby is just fine. Why does my leg feel so hard? You're wearing a cast. Your leg was broken in the accident. I need water or Coke or something. I can't lick my lips. No Coke. Water and ice you can have. Mom pours some water into a small glass with a straw and holds the straw to my mouth. I drink greedily. Oh my God, that's delicious, I say with a gasp. I never knew water could taste so good. Hold on here. Mom rummages in her purse and pulls out some lip balm. Here, I'll put some on and leave this here for you. Gently, she rubs the balm onto my chapped lips. I chuckle, feeling like a child. Ow, A pain stabs through me. Mom grabs my arm. Don't laugh, sweetheart. Your spleen was removed, and you're still healing there. No lie, I grimace as the stinging pain begins to go away. A male nurse comes into my room. Mrs. Anderson, you're awake? How are you feeling? Pain? Thirst? He checks the IV bags dripping fluid into my arms. Then he takes my temperature and blood pressure. Your doctor will be in soon to check your abdominal incision. Until your cast is changed, we can't check the incision on your leg. Thank you. The nurse leaves, probably to update my doctor. Mom, where's Liam? Dad made him go home with him to sleep. He was up taking care of you. He didn't sleep for more than 24 hours. My eyes widen and my chin drops. When did he get here? Mom thinks. 3? No, 4 days ago. Your dad called him to tell him about your accident. He was on the next plane down here. Cassandra, that man loves you. What happened that you left him? Her voice is gentle, full of concern. My eyes fill with tears. I love him too, Mom, but I couldn't stay with him. Knowing that he might do to me what David did, I can't trust men anymore. I try to sniffle without hurting the incision near my stomach. Cassandra, Liam is not David. David is a low, cheating, lying scoundrel, and he does not deserve you at all. Liam, on the other hand, loves you with his whole being. He would never intentionally hurt you. Does he know about the baby? Mom grins. Oh, yes, he does. He is over the moon about this little one, just like the rest of us. He's just been so scared and worried about the two of you. She sniffles and places her hand gently on my lower abdomen. He didn't want to leave here until you woke up, but your dad made him go home to sleep and eat. My eyes overflow with my tears, and I sniff a few times. I accept the tissue that Mom gives to me. When will he be here? My voice quivers with my emotions. Once Liam wakes up, they'll be here. I gave your dad orders to make that young man stay in bed and get the rest he needs. I grin. You love him. Yes, we do. He's our son-in-law, but the feelings are much stronger than that. Sweetheart, he will be tender and loving with your heart, and you need to tell him exactly why you left. He deserves to know. I swallow, then ask Mom for the glass of water. When she gives it to me, I take another large sip of water, then keep the glass in my hand. I know, but how do I get over this fear that he'll do what David did? Look at me. If he didn't love you, he wouldn't have come down here when your dad called. Work on this trust thing with him. It goes both ways. Mom nods wisely.
Chapter 44. Liam. Andres is driving us, and I keep pushing at the floor of the car, trying to make it go faster. Finally, we are on the floor where her room is. Stepping out of the elevator, I follow Andres and Brayton. I clutch the toy bear and jewelry that I found for her. Okay, Liam, go ahead. Brayton and I are going to wait. Brayton gives me a bright grin. I get to go to the cafeteria. Hey, enjoy! I give him a fist bump and watch as he and his dad go back to the elevator. Knocking gently on the door, I step in and look at her, the love of my life. Come in. My wife's voice sounds happy and nervous at the same time. I step the rest of the way in and grin at Cassandra. Hi, beautiful. I stride to her bed, eager to hold her in my arms and put my hand over our baby inside her. How are you feeling? My throat grows thick with tears and emotion. I clear my throat. Her voice is shaky as she responds. Better, but I still hurt if I use my abdominal muscles too much. My leg? That's just a low type of ache. My doctor said it will go away. She sniffles and wipes away her tears. I loosen my hold on her and get a good look at her. Your bruises are fading and you're awake. Take the pain meds the doctor prescribes and rest. I think of how I could have lost her and my stomach flips. I swallow hard. Cassandra sniffles again. As she cries, her voice goes high. I'm sorry. I was just so scared that you would do what David did. I trusted him and let go of my own self to make him happy. She sniffles again, wiping tears from her face. Cass, I'm not David. He's a cheating, lying scum. He took advantage of your willingness to trust, and he destroyed it. Now, I know I'm going to have to work to gain and keep your trust. I'm going to do everything I can to help you rebuild your sense of trust, not only in me, but others. Okay? Cassandra nods. Thank you. I'm working to trust you, but I might find it hard sometimes. I nod at her. I understand. Just let me know when this happens, and we'll work on it together. Marriage is hard enough. Without trust, it's even harder. Is there anything else I need to know? I hope you know how much I love you. I didn't show you very well when I ran away. I couldn't explain it to you at home in New York. I was afraid. I knew then how much you cared for me, but I pull Cassandra back into my arms and just rock her gently. I am so sorry for what that lying scumbag did to you. He didn't deserve even a strand of hair from your head. Nothing. Good riddance to him, and may Emma enjoy your sloppy seconds. Cassandra tries to laugh but can't because of her surgery scar on her tummy. Oh. Ouch. That hurts. Andres and Brayton come into her room. Brayton is really cute as he tries to avoid hurting his sister when he hugs her. Andres puts him on Cassandra's bed so he can give her a good hug. Brayton turns to me. Did you tell my sister how much you love her? Brayton, Cassandra says, shocked. Hey, it's easy for me to see. He's totally in love with you, and I'm a kid. We all laugh, even Cassandra. We enjoy our visit together. Andres taps Brayton on the shoulder. We'd better go, son. Your sister needs to talk things out with Liam, and she needs to rest. Oh, Dad. Now, Brayton, hug your sister and we'll come back tomorrow. Oh, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be here waiting for you. Cassandra smiles at him. We resume our talk. I tell her that I never wanted Eunice, that my mother and Eunice's mother had the dream that we would marry. That's why she kept pushing even after we married. But I don't care what she wants or wanted anyway. It's my life to live, and I want you. Period. Cassandra leans back into my arms. I understand now. So you were never attracted to her? Not at all. You are beautiful, and I find you to be the most attractive woman in the world, and I plan on getting old and gray with you. I sit next to her on her bed and raise my feet so we are both in bed. Lying down on the pillows, I pull her back into my arms. We lie there just enjoying being together. I stay with her, just talking and sometimes crying. I make sure she eats her dinner, and when she gets sleepy, I give her a goodnight kiss and leave. Cassandra spends one more week in the hospital, just recovering and regaining her strength. We learn that she'll be using a wheelchair until her cast comes off in about 10 or 12 weeks. We ask if it can be removed by her doctor in New York. That can be done. You'll also have physical therapy to strengthen the muscles in your leg. Do you have an OBGYN up there? Cassandra nods. I do. Good. Give me your doctor's name and phone number, and I'll arrange to send your records there. After this, she is discharged and we go home to Cassandra's family. After she is bathed with my help, we sit and talk to her parents about a small gathering to celebrate her coming home. I want to keep it small with your close friends. Cassandra is still getting her energy back. My love, why don't you and your parents draw up a small guest list of, say, 10 guests? We'll go from there.
Chapter 45. Cassandra. Can you see through the mask? He asks. Not a thing. Good. Take my hand. I'm going to guide you to a beach. He replies. Why the blindfold for a day at the beach? It's our first trip after my big accident. Liam wanted to celebrate the cast coming off a few weeks ago, by flying us out to California to recuperate. It seems a bit overkill to go clear across country, but who am I to argue? Oh, I don't know. It's one way I can get you to hold on to me tightly. I laugh. Okay, but if I sprain an ankle, I know I won't, of course. Liam is always by my side, holding me, protecting me wherever we go. It's just fun to kid with him. I promise. You won't. Come with me. And so I take his hand. He puts an arm around my back, and he slowly leads me down what feels like a cement path. I smell bougainvillea bushes and the salty sea and hear distant waves roll in. What I don't hear are voices, which seems odd considering we're going to a beach. Okay, we're almost there. I need you to take off your shoes now. My shoes? Why? I'm just wearing sandals anyway. Oh, it's part of the surprise. Hey, did you wear your white bikini like I asked? Yes, I did, as it happens. Weirdo. Is it National White Bikini Day or something? I stick out my tongue. Funny girl. Good. That's right. Off with the shoes. There you go. Just a few more steps. I follow Liam. I feel the warm sand between my toes. I swear I feel people breathing around me, but I'm sure it's just the mask paranoia. Funny thing, I still hear no voices. Must be an unpopular beach. Maybe Liam wants alone time with me. Okay, are you ready? I was ready before you put the blindfold on me. Again, with the funny. Okay, here we go. Liam walks behind me and unties the mask. I blink, my eyes adjusting to the bright sunshine. As they do, I see an explosion of flowers and people I know and love standing on either side of me. Liam and I are in front of a flower-lined arch with a strange man smiling at us. Liam, what's going on? Is this? Surprise, sweetie. Welcome to your own wedding at the Clearwater Ocean Resort private beach. My eyes pop, and I throw my hands up to my lips. Liam, truly, here, now? We're getting married? We will if you let the justice of the peace get in a word. Liam smiles and winks at me. I turn around and see all our friends and family facing us, all in white beach attire too, as is Liam, in white surfer shorts and a gauzy white top. Leslie steps up and hands me a bouquet of white roses and affixes a long white veil on my head. I cry and I laugh. I giggle and I cry. I'm the happiest woman in the world. The ceremony, the rites, what the justice says, it all blows over me. I hear only Liam's loving promises to me and the promises I offer back to the only man I'll ever truly love. And now, by the state of California, I pronounce you man and wife. Mr. Anderson, you may kiss your bride. Liam holds me tightly in his arms and offers a long, soft, slow kiss. My body and mind melt and mold into his. We are one. The attendees, close friends, family, and people from the Anderson agency stand to clap and cheer our union. As they do, Liam scoops me in his arms and rushes me to the waves. Liam, no, you wouldn't? I would, and I am. Here we go. He rushes us into the oncoming waves, and we dive below the frothing sea. Below the turquoise liquid, all other sounds dull. It's only us side by side, and our bubbles as we kiss below the undulating waves. We pop up, soaking wet. Neither of us care that we look like soaked rats. It's our wedding day, and nothing could be more perfect than I am with Liam right now. We run up to the guests. People hug and kiss us left and right. Soon the entire wedding party is jumping into the sea, everyone laughing and cheering. Amid endless flutes of champagne and a seafood buffet set out on the resort's back garden, Liam and I luxuriate in our special day with the people we love. The resort sets up massage tables under many thatched roof shacks for us and the guests. Sea-doos are available for wave-jumping races, and a huge party pontoon boat is anchored just offshore for ocean fun in the sun. His and hers chaise lounges done up in soft terry towels and white roses are set under an open-air canopy for Liam and me as a head table, with no table at all. Our first visitor to our bridal seating is Liam's mom. I see her approach. She's wearing an all-white Hawaiian muumuu with flowers in her hair. She's happily taking part in our ceremony. It looks like a good sign, but I hold my breath. Cassandra, I want to apologize for making you feel so uncomfortable these last few months. I truly didn't mean to hurt you. I only wanted my son to be okay. I hope you understand. And may I officially warmly welcome you to our family. Liam's mom comes close, hugs me, and gives me a soft kiss on my cheek. I am stunned by her change of mind, but grateful all the same. Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. Your words mean so much. Just know, dear, my actions were never meant to harm. Me and Eunice's late mother had dreams of our kids growing up and marrying. It was a fantasy, that's all, and it certainly didn't align with my boy's heart. His happiness means everything to me, Cassandra. And he's so happy with you. Liam has made the perfect choice in you, dear. I can see that now. I smile and hug her. Tears fall. Liam's mother and I have an understanding and a strong bond now. More than Liam will ever know. I watch her walk away and rejoin the party, happy as a lark. Leslie scoots over and whispers in my ear. FYI, Eunice found another sucker already. She's married now, too. I think we know her ultimate intentions. So fret not, girlfriend. The Wicked Witch of the West has melted. Leslie winks. I flash a shocked look, then an all-knowing one, capping off with a wry smile. I give Leslie a quick hug, and we wink at one another as she returns to the champagne table. Liam turns my way. What was that Leslie said? Nothing important at all. She wants me to be happy. I told her she's too late. I already am. I lean over and kiss Liam long and slow in the warm California sun.
Chapter 46. Liam, she says, coming into my study where I'm going over some paperwork that didn't get done at the office. Yes, honey, I reply, looking up from my laptop. Here's a card for you, she says, placing it down on my desk. A card for what? It's not our anniversary and not my birthday, I ask, wondering if I missed anything. It's only been a few weeks since our second wedding, so I'm pretty sure I haven't. Yes, I know. It's for another occasion, she says, a grin on her beautiful face. I smile, take the card, and open it. Boom! An explosion of tiny, metallic, blue balloon confetti hurls up into the air and lands all over me. What the? Cassandra giggles. Read it. I read the words and my eyes pop. I drop the card, scoop her up, and twirl her in the air. Oh, sorry, did I hurt you? And our baby boy? No, sweetie, you didn't. I let Cassandra down gently and examine the confetti in my hair and on my clothes. My eyebrows rise. Blue confetti, huh? You really thought this all out? Of course I did. It's exciting to learn we're having a baby boy. I cheer, shout, and fist pump the air, jumping around like I won the lottery. Out of air, I plunk down in a chair and look up at Cassandra, my face bursting with glee. A baby boy. A real honest-to-goodness baby boy. Our boy. She laughs and falls into my lap. Yes, it's no rumor. By the look in your dreamy eyes, I'm thinking you're already visualizing a brand new sign over the agency building. Anderson and Son Modeling Agency. Am I right? I chuckle. Well, it has a ring to it, don't you think? We laugh and kiss, and our hands caress her stomach and the little boy within. Roughly 4 months later, we're about to meet the baby boy we have celebrated so many times already. Breathe, Cassandra, breathe, like we were taught in the birthing classes. I hold my cell phone camera with an attached light ring, live streaming every second of our baby's birth. Cassandra can't stop me. I'm on a mission to let the entire world know how happy we are for the birth of our baby. Keep that camera away from my face, at least. I'm in labor here, busy being ugly and exhausted. Yes, ma'am. Hey, fathers to be out there in Webland. Say yes to everything the new baby mama says. It's easier and safer. Cassandra is too busy breathing and pushing to throw a pillow at me, thankfully. But by her expression, she's thinking about it, and it makes me smile. The labor becomes intense. I cut the streaming short to help her through it, wiping her brow with a cold washcloth and feeding her ice chips when she wants them. Cassandra's expression is of gratitude and love, I can tell, but she's too busy screaming and groaning to voice it then. Minutes later, which to me feels like hours, Cassandra does the final push, and out comes a perfectly formed baby boy who starts crying without a cue from the doctor. The wails are so loud they echo out into the ward, and I hear people clapping and cheering for us too. The celebration makes us both smile. "Listen to those lungs!" I holler. "Maybe he's a New York Stock Exchange floor trader instead." Cassandra nods, puffing. Her face is heated and sweaty. She's too exhausted to speak, but I can tell she's completely overjoyed. The nurse lays our swaddled baby on her stomach, and we hold our boy tightly and give him his first parental kisses, the first in a lifetime's worth. "Have you decided on a name yet?" the nurse asks, smiling. I look up at the smiling nurse. "Yes, Nurse Branson. Meet Daniel Anderson, our mighty prince." I pick up my cell phone once again to stream and announce Daniel's birth. The outside world fades away for Cassandra. It's only her and Daniel. She gazes down at our boy, and her tired eyes fill with tears. To go from a lonely man to a deliriously joyful husband and father in only a year is a whirlwind romance I never dreamed could come true. Cassandra is perfect, and so is Daniel. My world is complete. My future is here. All the turmoil and heartache, all the emotional ups and downs, they all fade away and are replaced by love. Simply love. I fill up, from my head to my toes, with warm, encompassing love. David and Eunice are mere side characters in our life now, as is Emma. We have a new beginning. Cassandra has a new friend in Leslie, and a loving mother-in-law I thought my mother could never be for her. Cassandra's parents are over the moon, having their first grandchild. The pride and joy I feel for us all is ebullient and overwhelming. In my sleeping prince's face, I see my happiness looking back at me. Daniel has Cassandra's nose and lips, and my strong jaw and mighty forehead. I can't stop touching his tiny hands, and I can't stop breathing in his scent. I never thought life could be so wonderful and fulfilling. Eventually, Cassandra looks up at me. My eyes fill with tears, too. We laugh and cry at the same time and kiss each other gently. Neither of us has words for this moment. It's a moment to merely breathe in and be. Our entire world is here. We'd like to take Daniel now to get him checked out and so you can get some rest. We both pout but nod our heads. I can see Cassandra is tired. Yet, the moment the nurse takes Daniel from her arms, she hesitates for a moment, not wanting to let go. I smile. "It's okay, sweetie. Daniel needs to rest too." We kiss our angel goodbye, and Cassandra falls back into bed, completely spent. The staff leaves us be. I climb onto the bed with her and hold her tightly in my arms. We drift off together. Both of us are exhausted, but so utterly in love. As my eyelids flicker and fall, reverie takes me back to our beach wedding, where it all began again. At the Pacific Coast Resort, when we said I do with the warm sand under our bare feet, the waves crashing in, and the sun shining above. It's where we started our union as man and wife in earnest, with Daniel already growing inside Cass as our baby dream come true, beautiful and perfect. What more could a billionaire modeling agent and a supermodel want out of life but love everlasting? Mother, baby, and me.
Chapter 47. Cassandra. I wake up to beautiful blue skies for our last day here in the Maldives. Every day here has been gorgeous, so I shouldn't be surprised. But it seems like the perfect note to end our perfect vacation on. Daniel stayed with my parents, while Liam whisked me away to celebrate our 1-year anniversary. A part of me is sad to leave our cozy little cottage getaway behind, but another part of me is eager to be home where I can hold Daniel in my arms again. But for now, I plan to make the most of our last day here. It's been so relaxing to remember what I was like before children. I wouldn't trade my life with Liam or Daniel for the world, but it has been a refreshing change of pace. I balked at first when Liam suggested it, telling him he was crazy. But now I'm so grateful he did. I roll over in bed to snuggle up against Liam, resting my head on his broad shoulder. He stirs a little in his sleep, and I can't help but squeeze him in a tight hug. His bleary eyes blink open, and then I can feel him shifting to face me. After the night I spent pleasing you, can't you let me sleep in? He murmurs in a gentle tease. God, you're insatiable. His arm reaches around to pinch my side, making me squirm and giggle. Him, I point out when I stop laughing. I'll have you know it is 9:46, so I did let you sleep in. And I want breakfast. He scoots back just far enough on the bed to be able to lean down and kiss my forehead. Well, whatever the lady wants, she will have. He agrees easily. We both quickly climb out of bed, tossing on our robes. Then we begin running through the options on the breakfast menu. The resort we're staying at only delivers breakfast until 10 a.m., so we don't have much time. Though we could always get dressed and head to the main building for food, right now, that sounds about as appealing as if I were being asked to walk a mile. I'd probably go hungry first. Luckily, we managed to settle on pancakes, fresh fruit, and orange juice. Liam gets the order placed in no time, and soon a knock at the door tells us our food has arrived. Yay! I cheer. Liam shakes his head. Breakfast wasn't supposed to be the highlight of this trip, you know. I give him a big, playful wink. You let me eat my food, and then I'll show you a highlight or two. He pauses just before opening the door. Turning to face me, his eyebrows are pushed high to the top of his forehead. I'm going to hold you to that, you know, he promises in a low, husky voice. I feel a shiver run through me and almost want to say to hell with the pancakes. He looks sexy as ever, maybe somehow even sexier now that he has a nice golden tan from the sun here. I didn't know it was possible, but it's somehow true. Another knock at the door pulls us both out of the moment. I push the thought of fooling around aside, telling myself there will be time for that later. He turns back around to open the door and accept our meals from room service. I make my way to the little kitchen, making sure the table is ready. Liam follows behind a moment later with a tray holding 2 covered plates of pancakes, little containers of syrup, 2 sealed orange juice bottles, bowls of grapes, strawberries, and cut cantaloupe, silverware, and napkins. I pull the assorted items off one at a time, arranging them around the table. We sit down to eat, laughing and talking as we make short work of our food. It isn't until the pancakes are gone and he holds out a fork full of strawberries that my mind circles back to my dirty thoughts from earlier. I take an exaggerated bite of the fruit, slowly drawing my lips off the fork. I watch Liam's eyes darken and feel a heat creep over my body at the intensity of his gaze. I think I'm done with breakfast, he declares in a low voice. There's something else I'd much rather have. What's that? I say coyly, making a sensual show of popping a grape into my mouth. You, he practically growls. He leans over the table to grab my arm, tugging me to come closer. I'm afraid this scene is too spicy for YouTube. Head over to TylaWalker.com for access to all of our unabridged audiobooks, as well as our ebooks that have yet to be converted into audiobooks. Use SAVE40 as a discount code at checkout for 40% off. Thank you for listening to Tyla Walker's Legally Yours.